Whew! Good evening, everybody. I was not expecting to. Well, actually, that's a lie. I was expecting to stream today. This is why everyone's got to keep up on Discord with my stuff. My wife is on a business trip. I decided, you know what? I got nothing else to do today. One of my instructors was coming in tonight to take care of business at my business. And I figured let's knock as much of what we need to get done today, so that we can have a more relaxed time on next Sunday. It is taco and margarita night. It is a little bit too early for tacos right now, though at 4 p.m. some might argue it is a little bit too early for margaritas as well. I don't give a shit. I did lie. I did not actually make these today. I made them like 2 nights ago, and I had some extra. It's like a peach jalapeno margarita with a nice tahini rim. So we're going to start out right. All right. The first thing I want to do, I just got home from work not too long ago, and I do want to see what's going on with TW and see if there's anything that I can do. It's looking to be like a cupcake war, right? One of those nice, super easy ones that just kind of come around when your guild sucks at TW, and you every once in a while get just something a little bit nicer. Baroness, you weren't following me before? What an asshole. Come on, like, after all of those lovely videos and GIFs on Discord. It's alright, still love you. Alright, so let's see what we got going on here. Oh, you know what I need to do? Because I'll forget otherwise. I got some datacrons, so I do need to resave my roster and make sure that that is all in. There we go. Skull is in the drink. Ooh. Actually, I've never had it, but I've heard stories. Heard some not great stories. You can, if you want. I mean, you do what you gotta do. Let's see. I want to kind of see. Well, you know what? I guess you. Oh, Sonix, you know what? That's awesome, man. I was actually wondering that. I did not expect to be streaming this early today. I did expect to be streaming in like 3 hours. And when I was driving home, I was wondering. I was like, hey, you know, maybe he actually will be around. So I don't have your .gg up on my screen, but I'll pull it up for you. And we'll knock it out today, and I'll just kind of check in. So that's awesome that worked out. All right, I don't want to show off my defense because my guild TW officers will get mad. They'll get all kinds of angry at me. Let's see what we got going on. We got like an old school ray here. A speed ray. High damage still, though. Oh, okay. See, I thought that was a drink. I don't know why. I don't know why. I hate ray walls. I hate dealing with ray walls. I wonder if... let's see this one. Another speed one. I wonder if a Jar Jar with the boss Nascron could take that out. Yeah, and you're, I think, second up on my. I'll have to reconfigure some things, but I'm glad that you guys, or that you were able to. Maybe I should hold off for now. We'll see what's coming back in a couple of hours. We got some Jabbas. I could, well, I think... I have rolled 2 R9 Gungan Krons so far, and and both of them sucked. Neither of them was the Kron that I wanted to roll. What do we say? Do we think that Jar Jar's team could take this team out? I mean, I know it can with the Datacron. I've done it before. Though I don't know without the... Yeah, let's fucking find out. Right? What's the fun otherwise? I have gotten screwed on every single one of my R9s so far. I only have I have 3 R9s. One is Boomadir, which is not that bad. It's okay. It's the only one that I have available to me for TW. I got Phalanx for my other one, and I got Second Sister for my third one, which was really, like, that really pissed me off. I think I beat this in Arena earlier today, so no Omicrons, so I should be good. And I think I did it on auto, so let's find out, right? That's what I do, is I auto things. I'll do some targeting, because I don't want my guild to get mad at me. Ooh, that was kind of cool. Just completely deleted. I actually, in Squad Arena, I took out a few Raycrons, which was kind of crazy. I did not see that. That sounds awful. Like, that sounds like the worst thing that could possibly happen. Oh, he's marked. Like, all accuracy, that completely blows. Just gonna let this run. Look, man, no hands. Reddit has been, like, really screwy over the last couple of days. So in some cases, like, I've tried to post things and it just didn't work. Ooh. Alright, see? Easy banners. I'm not too worried. Like I said, we got a cupcake war this time. This should be a super easy battle. Let's check in with these roster reviews, and we'll check back TW later, because my TW officer likes everyone to be able to get their licks in, and I guess he doesn't want us going south right now. Thrawn, cheers, brother. Alright, so we will turn off the phone. We will pop on Discord. Let's see what we got going on here. We got to order tacos later too. Man, we got a busy night. Let's see. Roster review request. I think the first one up was Finn, and then we're going to open up Sonic. We're going to open yours up again, because that needs to get done as well. So let's open this one up again. We'll put it where it belongs, and we'll move ourselves up to Finn, which is the one that we need to do right now, right? So Finn, what is our timestamp? I am kind of dreading wearing this hoodie. There's a heat wave right now. It's like 90 degrees. It's kind of awful. That's all right. Let's see what Finn's got going on with his account. 1, there's your .gg. 2, fleet. I have 7-star executor, coordinating with shards for first place, so I am able to get first consistently. 1 person has Leviathan, and there are around 10 of us with executor. 3 CTs. Okay, so these are guesstimates. Rebel Roundup 3. Now, when I see Forest Moon 2 and Rebel Roundup 3, that's usually a very good indicator that we have Jabba. It's not a definite, but it usually is a very good indicator of that. Places of power is 2 or 3. Military might is 1. Ground War Jedi is 1. Secrets and Shadows 2. Fanatical Devotion 0. Currently working towards Jedi Knight Low. I guess he doesn't have Jabba yet. That's interesting. That's interesting to be able to do Rebel Roundup at 3 and not Forest Moon at 3 without Jabba. I'm working on gas and trying to round out a couple teams to have been able to complete, mainly teams from Lightspeed bundles such as the Night Sisters, particularly Merrin, Jedi such as Qui-Gon Jinn, GG and Droids, and some other teams that are missing Zetas right now. I'm just finishing Zetas for SLKR and Rey, so I'm trying to figure out where my Zeta priority should be to fill out my roster and kill gas in JML. Trying to prioritize farms for what will be help me progress the fastest so I can improve faster. A favorite character I'd love to work towards would be Lord Vader, but I also know he's one of the most Cairo expensive characters, so I'm not at the moment trying to work towards him. Alright, so when it comes to like favorite farms versus like anything else in this game, the most important thing is to build up your ROI first, right? And that's kind of where we are right now with you, Finn. Once you've built out the ROI on your account, you can do whatever the hell you want. That doesn't mean that something is more or less efficient. Lord Vader is definitely not one of the most efficient farms. Bad Batch are Cairo hungry. They're not the greatest team in the world, though I still use them pretty often in Kyber 2. But once we've rounded out the ROI, if you want to take a break to go towards something that's just for fun, you know, that's something that you can do. It will maybe hinder you a little bit, but again, like, you want to have fun playing the game, right? And that's an important thing that I do think sometimes people forget about. So, that's me. I'm the problem there. So let's see what we got here. Finn's profile, Chromium 2, 5 million. We are hitting 1, but this was about a week, maybe 2 weeks ago. So let's just kind of confirm that we're still doing this. All right, consistently, except for one day in here. That was probably a time issue. See what our collection is looking like. I'm very curious about how we're getting Forest Moon. Yes, so Bad Batch does have a really great ship, and when your guild starts to do things like, not your guild, I'm sorry, your fleet shard starts to do things like everybody getting Leviathan, that Marauder can really come in clutch if you start to farm Marauder. So they do have an increased viability over what they used to have, but again, I'm not saying that they're a bad team. I do use them, and in Kyber 2, at the top of Kyber 2, I do regularly use them pretty often. Let's see what we got. I want to see what's going on here. Interesting. I mean, if you're... Let's just see what's going on with our troopers. Okay, so if you're doing CT3 of Rebel Roundup with those bounty hunters, I think I've seen that done before. I would be surprised, though. I know it is much harder for bounty hunters. You might have gotten some really good RNG on that, and, you know, it is... That's fine. It is what it is. You have the CT2 here on Forest Moon, so it's not necessarily a priority to go further, right? It's not the biggest deal in the world. You can definitely do CT3 of Places of Power because you have SLKR. You might just not want to do it often, and I completely understand that. Military might, it looks like we're working towards, because we're working towards JML, but I am going to be completely honest with you. Your JML team probably can do CT2. It's really going to be coming down to modding at that point. I mean, it's better modding than I've seen on some people, but like, we look at like these two mods here, right? We have two mods that have no speed at all. This is a TM trained team, but you still are going to want a considerable amount of speed, and you're kind of at that point in the game where you're going to want to start thinking about building that in. And if you remodded for the event, even with what you have, oh my god, those are mods. Okay. I mean, level up your mods for this team. That's why they're not doing it yet. This is a core team. CLS is a core team. I would give them some love, especially if you're working towards JML, because they're going to be a core tenant of your conquest right now as well. The first time I did CT2 of Military Might, I didn't have any relics except for a relic 2 R2D2. Chupio was not a character in the game yet. So you definitely have the characters, these support. That is the perfect description. And I gotta give you one real quick fuck you, because all Sunday I had Epic stuck in my head while I was doing brunch, and I was waiting for you to show up to say it on Sunday. I didn't see you, so I'm gonna say it now. These are certainly mods. You need to show CLS some love, especially because of the journey you're building to right now. This is an important team for you. You working towards JML are going to be able to get CT3 of Military Might. They are going to be a core conquest team. You are going to use them all the time in your GACs. You're going to use them all the time in your TWs, especially while you're waiting on things like Zetas for everybody and building things out and maybe needing to slow things down, right? This is some time where you can invest a little bit more speed, maybe even considering leveling up some of these mods. You are going to use this, oh my god. You are going to use this, I know you want to get like those perfect secondaries, right? Or primaries, like critical damage. You're like, man, Chewbacca's going to be awesome with critical damage. But right now where you are in the game, the speed is just going to be more important. And you can slowly build out better mods with those primaries later on. I would highly recommend on Discord, talk to Captain Amazing, watch his modding videos, right? Like sit down and show this team some love in the short term. That is something. Khan, that's a really great way to put it. They are the Swiss Army knife of the mid game, and even in the late game I do use them a lot. They're gonna allow you to punch up so much, because a lot of early teams don't have a way to contend with the TM trains that they have, but you want to make those TM trains more consistent, and you want your characters on this team to be going first. Ground War Jedi. Alright, we're getting at least one, right? So that's good. Okay, alright. Secrets and Shadows 2, so probably because of Merrin. I would not go too crazy right now with your Night Sisters. I love my Night Sisters. If you are getting CT2 with this team, you're good right now. Don't bother going too much too much further than where you are. At least right now. They're a good team, but they're definitely more of a niche team. Definitely. You know what's funny, Zavor, is we're doing state testing right now, and I have to kind of sit in the halls. So I've been reading a book, and I didn't want to buy a book because my wife has a bunch that she hasn't read on the bookshelf. So I just picked one out at random. It happens to be Song of Achilles. So now between the songs and then reading this book, it's constantly in my head. Let's check out what's going on here. Okay. The hell is this? Like a piece of fucking wood. What the hell? Taco time soon. Not yet. I had a quick lunch, maybe around like 6 in an hour or two. We'll do my favorite thing. We'll order Egnards food on DoorDash. Because Egnards doesn't. I don't cook when my wife is not here. And she does the same thing. All right, let's take a look here. Actually, I want to go back and just check one more thing before I take a look here. That's good to know, especially because she's going to start becoming accelerated fairly soon. One more thing. 1400, 2000. Now you're kind of already on this train, right? But I want to get an idea of which one makes sense to go for first for you. Hermit Yoda you're working on. You kind of already know what I'm going to say, right? Okay. It's so funny. People ask for these roster reviews and like, I always do that. And like they watch these videos, so you should have an idea, but you know what happens is we just assume that certain things don't apply to us, even though they apply to literally everybody else. Alright, so your current farm is Jedi Knight Luke and a Jedi Master Luke. I'm working on gas. You're going to need modding for gas. Rounded a couple of teams, mainly teams for Lightspeed bundles, Jedi such as Qui-Gon, GG, and droids. Let's check out your guild real quick. Man, I love Taheen. I drank that a little bit too fast. We are going to have an interesting night. All right, so you know the next raid that's coming up is the Naboo raid, and we know that it's going to feature Separatists. We know it's going to feature Galactic Republic. We know that it's going to feature Gungans. We don't know what parts of Separatist and Galactic Republic, other than the characters that are brand new. I think we can heavily theorize Stop is going to be part of it because he is a newer character, which to me tells me it's probably going to be more droid-oriented, though Nuke Gunray is also a leader in the Separatists, and General Grievous doesn't show up for another 2 movies, so I don't know. That doesn't necessarily mean that CG is going to follow, canon at this point, but we don't know yet. We don't have that information. But looking at this and looking at the fact that you already have a pretty decent Separatist group, I think you're going to be safe for the raid and being able to contribute by the amount that your guild is going to expect you to be able to contribute. I wouldn't worry too much right now about building up those Lightspeed bundle teams. I would worry just a little bit more about your ROI. Now, the one thing that I am going back and forth on is whether or not to go for Jabba first or Jedi Master Luke first, right? Both of them are going to need Jedi Knight Luke, and Jedi Knight Luke is going to help you with being able to get that Jedi assault battle to like CT2, maybe CT3, and I only say maybe just because of the shape that your Jedi currently are in. You have a decent amount of them, but I mean, you know what, I've been looking at modding a lot more recently because you guys surprise the hell out of me sometimes, so let's just kind of in the Clone Wars, but we're talking about the Battle of Naboo. Let's see. Yeah, so next time military might, like 8.5 speed and 2 speed on, is that a D roll? That's a D roll. Even if you take like these mods and like your top level mods and just put them on your rebels just for the event for military might, you will definitely be able to get CT2 even with what you have right now. And that's basically free modding material for a pretty long time. but your back end of modding is relatively not good, right? Like, we can pretty much subtract 30 speed from everybody because that's all arrows, and once we do that, it gets pretty quickly that you're losing and you're not getting to the speed that you want to get to. I don't think that there's a wrong answer, but I think that if I were in your position, I would do Jabba before Jedi Master Luke. Just because your mods need that much love, and because you're in a Zeta crunch where sometimes you're going to need to slow things down a little bit, you'll still be able to benefit from that Smuggler's Run 2 event as that all is happening. And you're not on the wrong pathway right now, right? It's kind of built into the pathway you're currently on because you're working on getting Jedi Knight Luke. But I think because of the limiting factors that you have going on right now, it's more important to like accumulate those mod materials, and that will benefit you when you're ready to pull the trigger on those things. Your assault battles are not amazing, but you're getting CT1 on 6 out of 7 of them, and those Zetas from CT1 and those Kyrotech from CT1 are largely the most important part of the CTs or the challenge tiers. I do think that, you know, the challenge tier 2 and challenge tier 3, they're really nice for the extra relic material, but they're not necessarily necessary to get or to push towards super quickly. I think that Jabba is going to definitely benefit you a little bit more in this case. Yes, they are definitely going to let the newest toy in with Stop, which is the only reason why I think Grievous might be allowed in, because he's the natural separatist droid leader. But Nute Gunray was there for that specific battle, so they might just throw that there and make Nute Gunray a hero unit that like does something special with the droids, right? So we don't know, because technically Nute Gunray and what was the other one? The other creepy looking roach looking dude. They were there for those battles, and we have one of the two of them as characters in the game. So I think that's a possibility, but I do think that the droids as a whole are going to be part of the raid. I think Jedi Master Luke is largely, Jabba is largely the most important farm for you right now. You bought all these Lightspeed bundles, and you're trying to farm all of these things, but one, you're noticing that you're out of Zetas really quickly. Two, you're noticing that you're out of gear really quickly. Okay, and three, your mods, they're spreading them too thin, and you have maybe 1 or 2 teams that are performing at a higher level when you should have like 5 or 6 teams performing at that same level right now. So I think concentrating on your modding right now may slow you down in the short term, in terms of, hey, you're closer to Jedi Master Luke than you are to Jabba. But I think it'll speed you up in the long term, because it'll push you a little bit further ahead in terms of GAC and getting crystals and moving ahead. Seriously, we've gone all of this time and nobody can name the other stupid little roach guy with Nute Gunray, Viceroy something or another. Peak. I do these on Discord. You're on Twitch. It's in my Twitch profile, right? And I do have a line. I have a very big line, but we're gonna try to knock that entire fucking line out tonight, because I got nothing to do tonight. Like, literally, my life is sad right now. I got no work. My wife is gone. Makes it sound worse than it is. And now Baroness is gonna go on to Discord and make a picture of me crying because my wife left me, but she's really just on a business trip. Where was I? Goddamn. But I think if you slow yourself down and work on Jabba, you'll speed yourself up in the long term, because you're going to be building out your crystals a little bit more from GAC and being able to punch up a little bit more. That's also going to put you on the path to Jedi Master Luke, right? If you go Jedi Knight Luke into Jabba, into Jedi Master Luke, you will now see yourself hitting CT3 on Military Might, on Ground War. You will see yourself with some teams that are really great for Proving Grounds. You'll see yourself with some really great GAC teams, but I love how nobody knows his name. But you will also see that modding push that you're so desperate for right now. Now at that point, we're looking a couple of months. IKEA. Some Jonathan Colton right there. The IKEA song, great song. Is it Ruin Heiko? Thank you. See, somebody fucking knows. Nerds. I'm a nerd too, but there's just too much going on in my head. I have too much ADD to remember everybody's name. Anyway, the modding is the most important part, and once you get past Jedi Knight Luke into Jabba into Jedi Master Luke, you're going to be at a little bit more of a crossroad where you can choose what you want to do a little bit more. I think at that point it actually makes the most sense for you to go for a second GL ship and to go for profundity, and you will see that really help you in terms of pushing towards like Kyber. But if for some reason you're like, you know what, I really love Lord Vader and I really want to go for Lord Vader for whatever reason, I don't get it. And I'm not on the Lord Failure train. I love my Lord Vader too. He's just a really hard farm. That's a point in the game where you can take that step, and it's not going to be too detrimental to you. It's going to be longer, right? But you'll have the resource backing to be able to do it as quickly as possible. I do think you should do profundity before that, but if you're like, hey, I want to do Lord Vader now, then that's when you should do Lord Vader. In that little time frame, if you want to take a stop and you want to work on gas and you want to work on those core teams that you built up, that's the time to do it because you've built out the ROI. But right now, every month that those events pass you by, that's a month that you're losing out on those resources. Okay, so that's, I mean, this is classic case, guys. I'm looking at the words. I'm looking at the reviews that I have on my sheet right now, and I'm assuming that half of you are going to be in the same boat. And I don't know how many different times that I can say it or different ways that I can say it, but that is what she wrote. Okay, so Sonic, I'm assuming you're still here. Yes, I'm hoping, maybe, I don't know. I'm assuming, because it hasn't been that long, right? So we're going to pop yours up here. Next, we're at 39 minutes. I'm going to say Sonic here. 39 minutes. xSonix. While I'm waiting, I'm just going to kill this rim because, again, I really like Tahini. Oh, man. You can. Zavor, I'm sure you can get like a soundboard. Someone made a soundboard of me just saying, go for Jabba. Go for Jabba. Go, you guys tune in every week just to hear me say, go for Jabba. Go for Jabba. Go for Jabba. Alright, let's see what we got here. Top 20 of the fleet. 5 Leviathans. The rest are Executors or Profundities. I have a 7-star Executor. I beat the SAS lineup Leviathans to climb or use Defender on Executors. Not consistent counters Leviathan. It happens that I fail. Very RNG dependent. Are you coordinating? For the most part, there are some Woolen Wolves who don't give a shit and sometimes attack even if it's not payout time. I need to share hours so we both can get best rewards. Sometimes you get second or third. That's fine. I do that too. I would rather take second than get into a fight with somebody over 25 crystals. So that's completely fine. Coordinating, it makes life easy for everybody. Rebel Roundup. Looks like all of them are CT3 except for Secrets and Shadows of Fanatical Devotion. Farving, Leviathan right now. I don't know if I should 7-star right away. To get it in June, I need to spend 4,400 this PG. So it means less saved up for 7-star. I need your help if I can really rush it to June and 7-star or wait another month. Can't really do anything much better before I finish Inquisitors for the guilds after Leviathan. Okay, so Inquisitors is a hard farm you have to do. Unless you think I can sneak something in there. Bought all the bundles except for gas. I have so many unfinished projects, so I can't choose what to do. I need to get Inquisitors by +- September with some time spared if I will be close by then. Race seems no-brainer here, but again, I need another 6 Zetas and lots of Kairos, so it'll slow down Inquisitors farm, and it will not have been soon. We'll talk about that in a minute. I think you can guess how much time it will take me to get Inquisitors ready, so I'll give you the info for Cairo income. 30 TB stars, highest TW reward box, no Zepho yet, no money involved for Kairos, GCs I get every time. Forget something, ask me in the stream. Summary, I need help. We need your help. Galactic, what was the name of the movie? Galaxy Quest. I need help with the prioritize of all these things I have finished, including Zetas, and if I can sneak that in after Leviathan, or I need to focus full now on Inquisitors. Also, should I really get Leviathan to 7 stars right away? I know your the roster reviews are pretty good. Thanks. Oh, look at that. And I'm DRX on YT. YouTube. Alright, so let's see what we got here, man. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I have a couple... Ooh, look at that. Couple answers to questions, but I want to check things out before I look at those answers to questions. It's your arena rank. Alright, so for the most part, you're hitting the top 5, which means that the ROI is not really going to necessarily be there for you to get Leviathan right away. Here's the deal. Leviathan kind of sucks before you get 7 stars. And by kind of sucks, I mean, yeah, it works. But CG was smart this time, and they locked all of the good stuff behind 7 stars. And you're already managing in your fleet shard without having those 7 stars. So what that means is, if you feel like you would want a 7-star it just to make your life easier, okay, and I get that, I truly do, because time is my most valuable resource, and I put TB Omicrons on, so fuck anyone who says don't, just because it makes my life easier, and it lets me auto things and do things without paying attention and do other things with my life. It saves me time, it's worth it to me. So if you feel like 7-starring your Leviathan is worth it to you, I would wait the 2 to 3 months it'll take you to get those other things and use those crystals towards those refreshes instead of on the PG refreshes, right? That's how I would do it personally, because you're spending a pretty hefty premium here right now with 2,200 per refresh doing it the one way versus the other way. And if you want to use Leviathan in that way, I just don't think it's worth it to do the proving grounds if it's going to cost you and make it so that you're not able to get that 7-star in 1 to 2 months. And I say 1 to 2 months because you can actually only refresh the event 19 times, and you'll have to buy 5 packs, right, which are 1,250 crystals each. So if you wanted to wait an extra month, you can kind of reduce the price by 2,000 crystals. And for those of you playing at home who are like, wait a second, that doesn't add up math-wise, it's only 1,250 crystals. It's actually because you're also getting the free shards from waiting another month as well. Discord several, not that anything else is the problem. The problem is if I can even do that, because I need 40 shards of Fury to get it June, because CG making PG after the Leviathan event, unfortunately. Yeah, and but that's okay, right? So the reason that I looked at this first is I'm looking at your charts and I'm saying, hey, you're actually making out pretty alright. Like, if we look at all of the crystals that you've lost over the last 30 days, right? You've lost like 200 here, you've lost 50 here, 50 there, that's 300, that's 25, 325, and we go through this whole thing. Over the last couple of months, by not having a 7-star Leviathan, you've lost less than 1,000 crystals. So is 4,400 crystals worth it to make up those 1,000 crystals? My answer is no, right? It's better to do that extra month and wait it out, as long as you're okay with spending the time on your fleet arena. ConWarlock, in terms of the fleet Discord and setting up the 2 hours before payout rule, that's really one of the only rules that we have in our fleet Discord. The other rule that we have, for the most part, is try to make meaningful jumps. And it's not really a hard rule so much as just like a suggested thing, in which case it means like, hey, if there's someone outside of the Discord, and there's somebody in the Discord, and one's at 6 and one's at 5, and you're going to need those 2 battles anyway, or just 1 extra battle, really just be cognizant of that fact and don't like drop somebody needlessly, Okay, nobody's gonna get mad at you if they have to do a battle or two, but just be smart about your battles, and it's just like a guideline more than it is an actual rule. But again, my fleet Discord, we don't chat on it that much. We talk sometimes, but it's really just a payout channel. And hey, don't be a dick and don't attack in the last like 2 to 3 hours. And if you need to, like if it's 4 hours and you have to hit somebody, it's sometimes just good form to tag them and be like, hey, DRX, like I gotta hit you. I'm sorry, man. Just so that you're aware that you're gonna be a little bit lower, The dagger well. When your shard starts getting more Leviathans, they're going to be doing those dagger Leviathans a lot less. I'm a pro Mark 6 Leviathan because it's so much easier for beating other Leviathan, but it's also easier to beat too. It comes down to, I know that the battle sucks, but it comes down to, in this regard, how much are you losing versus how much you are spending. And this... Man, we're going to get so off topic, but this is kind of like where I talk about Datacrons too, and I say to people, if you're spending 12,000 crystals on Datacrons, and you're winning 50% of your matches anyway, and that only allows you to win an extra 5% of your matches, are you actually getting ROI out of spending all of your crystals on Datacrons? And the answer is almost always no, right? But those people, they're more about being competitive than they are about the ROI. And that's the thing, that's the trap that a lot of people fall into, is they don't think enough about the ROI. So let's check out a little bit more what we got going on this account. We got Jabba, I love you. We have 4 GL, maybe more if there's some that I can't see or that are not leveled up right now. But as far as I know, you have the important ones that we're constantly worrying about. Let's check out these Night Sisters, see where we're at with these guys. Okay. One thing you might consider... You know what? No, I'm going to scratch that, because CT1, again, is really largely the super, super, super important thing that we have to worry about, and you're there right now. Okay, these are Inquisitors, and let's check out what we got going on here. Oh, C-Square, my man, how's it going? Yeah, it's always asking the question, like, hey, does it make sense to speed this up? And that is a trap that a lot of players fall into, is speeding up things that it does not make sense to speed up. So you bought this bundle here. Well, let me just look at some of the other ones we got going on here. Grand Inquisitor. I mean, it's going to be tight. It's a lot of Chirotech that you're going to need. To put Chirotech towards something else is going to be really, really rough for you right now. I'm assuming that your guild, like, hardcore wants you to get Inquisitors based on the messages that you're sending, right? So this is about the time in the game. Sometimes it's earlier, sometimes it's later. It really depends on the guild, where the guild is going to say, hey, you got to get Inquisitors because they're important. And guys, I'm here to tell you that, yeah, the team is not super, super great out the box, but once you get Grand Inquisitor, they do really well. And once you get Reva, it completely transforms them into a star team. And it's going to give you that last CT. I don't even think you need relics to get that last CT. You just have to get those guys to like your G11, G12. Based on what you're telling me about your guild, I would be going gung-ho into Inquisitors right now, right? I'm having one to pour one out, just mowing the grass. I got to mow next week on Saturday or on Sunday or whatever. You see, I get distracted. You missed my first margarita of the night. You have a lot that you're going to need to do in terms of Chirotech over, this is the end of May for the most part, so June, July, August, September, 4 months. You're looking at 60 times 4, so about 240 Chirotech from 240 of each Chirotech from assault battles, and you have the GCs and you have the dailies. I could see this taking you the whole 3 or 4 months to get these guys up. So I would really prioritize doing that right now. Ray is not a big deal to you right now. I know that you're close to Ray at this point, but the reality is that especially because you don't have Ben, Ray is largely self-contained. She can't help you in assault battles. You already have JML, so you have the best conquest team that there is. Her team is going to get completely eaten up in territory wars and GAC. That's not to say that she's not good, because they're going to eat up a strong team. But without Ben, it's a pretty easy clear. I would really, this is, if your guild is telling you, hey, Inquisitors, you got to do that right now, based on where you are with Inquisitors, you should gung-ho those Inquisitors. You know, definitely finish Leviathan first. Obviously, that's, I do think, a little bit more important, but with that stipulation of waiting that extra month for it, just make sure you have the gear for whatever needs to be gotten, and do everything else towards your Inquisitors right now. That's going to give you an extra assault battle, right? At CT2 with Grand Inquisitor, CT3 if your mods are good, but it's also a pain in the ass to do that, so it's not always necessarily worth it. I would say do Leviathan. I would say gung-ho your Inquisitors for now. That's going to be really important for you. That's going to be your time to finish Ray. Not necessarily because she's great, but because you did buy that bundle, so it does make sense. Once you have finished Ray, I'm just going to pop in here. I would say, oh, you already have it. Definitely, Zori is a great one-off team that you get once you finish Resistance, right? You pop her, and you have like pretty much a really nice split. Courier, the only thing Ray is good for without Ben is that in Conquest, she is okay at holding back light side buff and debuff feats. She's okay at it. But you've got JML, so that's just a lot better for you. At that point, you know, you are going to have the ROI that you need to have. So where to go from there, because we're really only looking a couple months down the road at that point. Let's see. Okay. Let's check these guys out. I just want to check out your guild real quick. Really just want to see their GP more than anything else. Well, the thing about C-Rex is that C-Rex is really good, and it does transform your Phoenix into a sizable force, into a really good team. But outside of being a PvP team, you already have the CT1 on Secrets and Shadows, so it's not really necessarily a priority for you. Given that your guild has kind of given you a time frame on Inquisitors, I don't necessarily think it's worth it to play with fire there. But after you finish Inquisitors, that's where, you know, if you want to take a little bit of a break to work on your one-offs, then that's when you do it. That's when you work on your Ray. That's when you work on your Zori. That's when you work on your C-Rex, right, to kind of build things out. That's when you might want to work on Merrin. I have seen Merrin NS teams where only old Daco is relicked to Relic 5. Everybody else was G12, and they got CT3, right? So that, after you do Inquisitors, that's your time to do that. Don't play with fire right now, especially if you feel like you're in a good guild, and especially as an officer, we have guys in my guild right now that have been with us for a long time. I don't want to give time frames just in case they've been they're watching, who we're having discussions about getting rid of, just because they're never on time. They never volunteer things. They never work on the projects that we request, right? So they always want like the best rewards, but they never want to do anything to help towards those rewards. So getting your Inquisitors on time, and Jackson, cheers, what's up? Getting those Inquisitors on time is going to go a long way to earning you those brownie points, and again, it's going to give you that CT3 once you finally get Riva, and they're great in territory battles, they're great in territory wars, they're great in GAC. They are one of my favorite conquest teams. They are a really good team once you have Grand Inquisitors. They are a top tier team once you have Third Sister. So I really wouldn't play with fire, right? Do Leviathan, but skip that month. Don't worry about it. Don't waste your crystals on it. Do your Inquisitors without going too crazy on it. You don't have Ben yet, but this is going to give you 5-6 months where, you know, you'll be close to unlocking Ben probably at that point. So as you're working on Rey, you'll be working towards Ben at the same time, which will give you another team on top of Zori, on top of C-Rex, on top of whoever that third one that I said was, Ben. That'll be your time to do that, if that makes sense. Now, at that point, I mean, we're looking at a 400 million guild. They might start asking you about Zepho requirements, right? And now this tells me that you're pretty far from Zepho requirements, but that seems to be bugged. So let's take a look. Okay. Okay, in that time frame, that time frame in September, October, as you're doing all those one-offs, I have a feeling that as a 400 million guild, your guild's gonna start pushing like 430 to 450. They might start asking you for your Cal Kestis and for your Zepho team, and that might be the time to do it. I personally wouldn't do it if your guild wasn't requesting it. I do think that there are other things that you could be working towards first that might be a little bit more advantageous to you. You might consider, let's see how close you are. Leia puts you in like that weird triangle, so at that point you might consider Leia, right? Let's see. Yeah. September, October, if your guild is saying do Jedi Knight Cal Kestis stuff, okay, great, then do Jedi Knight Cal Kestis stuff. But if they're not saying anything to you, that might be your time to start going for Leia, right at that point. You have any other questions, specific questions? I think I answered everything, but I want to make sure we're on the same page as I continue to lick this tahini because it's delicious. And if any of you snitched on me to Arnold, you know what they say about snitches. Because I like talking shit in a lovable way, not a mean way. A lovable way. A fun way. Give you like a minute before I move on, because I want to make sure that I do answer any questions that you have here. Check on Reddit while I wait, because there are people who like to spread misinformation, and that's my big thing. Maybe get some more tequila soon. No? Going once? Maybe it's on my other screen. Maybe it's just not appearing here. Yeah, for some reason, you know what's going on is my multi-stream chat is not working. So now I have to remember to look at this one. So give me a second to just kind of catch up with you guys over here. It's doable. Mark's my favorite. I like him as Jedi. I do use FU as the ultimate term of endearment. That is very, 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 very true. Yeah, so if your guild is going for Zepho, I would say that's the point. Start working on your Cal Kestis team. It'll go a long way with your guild, and I cannot stress enough how much doing stuff for your guild can really be largely beneficial, especially if you're a younger account in the guild, right? I'm an officer now, and I do a lot for my guild, so I don't think that they'll kick me. But for the most part, I had to do a lot for them in order to make everything right. But that's the time to go for that, for your Cal Kestis stuff. All right, I think we figured out what we need to do, right? So we're gonna move on over here. We're gonna pop our Discord back up. We're gonna head on over to Darth. I don't know how to pronounce that. Darth. Those are accents, man. Darth Saleah. Is this like Gaelic or some shit? I don't want to make. Oh boy. Would like advice online. All right, so this is someone that I said, hey, this is not my thing, but I'll try. I know my mods aren't great. I'm working towards SOKR gas and generate ray. Any advice, which is try to finish first, and anything else to improve my game. Thanks in advance. All right, this is gonna be fun. This is definitely not my specialty, right? Working on stuff at this level. Do you see your guild page? Where? Oh, you see your Discord. Yeah. We have a nice little thing. Fortuna favors the bold. This is my little area on Fortuna favors the bold. Here's my little curtain vagina egg that I don't know why it looks like a curtain vagina. There's me being hugged by Cosghoul / Bruce Campbell. Okay, let's move on and be productive or something, right? So we do not have that much information on this account, and it's kind of outside my purview of my expertise, but we are going to see if we can help out just a little bit or as much as possible, right? 2.8 million. No GLs yet. Let's kind of see if we're doing anything with our assault battle, shall we? So let's say bounty hunters, they're not doing shit. Okay. Imperial troopers. Oh, let me put this GG on. Imperial troopers, they are not doing shit. Okay. Empire, just in case, they're also not doing shit. Alright, we gotta start ROIing the hell out of this account. Jedi. Okay, Jedi, maybe we're doing some shit. Maybe there's a CT1 in there. Maybe. Not great, but maybe. Night Sisters, alright, so CT1 here, right? We can do a CT1. Maybe our speeds suck, but if we just bring Merrin to 85, you could probably get CT1 done with this. Maybe you're doing it right now, to be completely honest, but, based on what you said about modding, yeah, maybe not. Maybe we're not there yet. Okay. We had hope. We tried. Let's see. How are our Sith doing? We ain't doing shit with these Sith. This is interesting. Okay, so we're working toward SOKR. We bought that bundle. Maybe doing CT1 or CT2 with this. Our assault battle viability is not super great. check out our arena page. $50, lowest 30, highest current 50. Okay, so you're starting to get crystals, which is nice, at least. That's something, I guess. This roster C-Squared was brought to you by Fortuna Favors Egnards. Let's see what's going on here. Oof. Oh. You cannot neglect ships. We have neglected ships. This is a mess. Let's just see how close we are to Revan based on what you said before. Okay, so we just looking to gear them up a little bit to get to Revan, so we can continue on the Revan train. What else are we looking towards? That's okay, our gas and generate Revan. Let's see, did you get that gas bundle? Is that what happened here? Separatist. We got the gas bundle. Alright, so that's why we're working towards gas. I think, you know, I'm just taking you at face value when we say, like, your mods are not great. That's going to be your holdback. Ooh, my God. Oh, this... Oh. This is an account. All right, give me a second. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Larry, yes. Oof. It is all on Discord now. It's all on the server now. Oh, man. That is not the best tequila in the world, but I needed it. Okay. So, I don't like to roast rosters. That's not what I'm here for. I am here to help people. Oh, man. I don't like to I don't like to roast rosters. Here's the thing. People play the game for different reasons, okay? And what I'm assuming is this guy, Darth Saleah, you probably are just now getting into the social media part of the game, which is like watching guides and going to people for help. And I really do want to help you. I just want you to understand that you're not necessarily in a bad position. You have done some things right, but you're in a position where you could be doing things a lot better. I am not an expert on the early game, the pre-Galactic Legend game. So when we talk about the minutia of going for like Papa Palp and going for Darth Jedi Knight Revan and going for C-3PO, there are other creators who do that just a little bit better than I do. Darth Locator, he has some really great new low-level guides, right, for that specifically. What I can give you is advice, and I can give you what I believe is relatively good, a relatively good farming path for the mid-term, right? that's kind of what we want. Number one, we need to focus a little bit on our mods. You are going to have some trouble doing the gas event with the modding that you have right now. It's going to be really hard for you. I would, on our Discord, I would look up Captain Awesome's, I would, my goodness, am I mixing two people up again? I always do that. I always fucking do that. Did I? No. Calvin is amazing. Yeah, so Captain Awesome. Captain Amazing. Captain Amazing. See, I fuck up their names, and now I'm drunk, and now I'm confused. Captain Amazing, he has some really great... I know, I screw them up, Baroness. I screw them up, and I hate that their names are so similar, and I've been drinking, and you can't blame me for that, okay? But Captain Amazing has really... That's why I picked Egnards as a name, because nobody has a name like Egnards. Who wants to be the fucking gonads of an egg? I do. Nobody else wants to. Though there is an Egnar in Colorado. Captain Amazing has really great modding videos. By the way, his birthday is on Friday, so everybody show up to his stream on Friday and say happy birthday. He has really great modding videos that I really do recommend you watch, and I've heard so many great things from so many players saying, hey, this has helped me out. He's gotten so much positive feedback from people for those things. I highly recommend it. The path, no, the captain, it's 6 in the morning for him. Maybe it might be 4 in the morning for him. The path that I think that I would go down for you is you need to go for SLKR just because you bought that Lightspeed bundle. He is an important GL only because you bought that Lightspeed bundle. And it's going to help you build out an assault battle, right? For the Places of Power assault battle. But you can't sleep on ships. That's such a big thing. You've clearly slept on some of the best ships in the game, like Houndstooth, which is just, at your level, is a plug-and-play anywhere ship. To his mom. Oh, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I really don't want to know. Man, you might be in a good position to do the fat fill. You might, not the bone. I'm mixing everybody up today. You might be in a position to do the bones right now, believe it or not. I normally tell people to go for Executor first, but you need a really good fleet. And you're equidistant between Executor and Profundity. So you might really strongly, with your SLKR, start considering going for Profundity as... Dude, I don't normally get to be on at this time, so I'll do whatever the hell I want. Profundity is a really strong ship, and it is going to allow you to get into the top 10, the top 20, depending on where your fleet shard is in the game right now. And you're equidistant to Executor. Now, the reason why this is going to be important is that you need to start, after you get your SLKR, you need to start working towards JML and Jabba, right? You need to build out the ROI on your account, and it's going to take you a long time because you don't have any assault battle viability. I think that for you, man, I think that for you, it might make sense to go for Jabba before you go for Jedi Master Luke, because it is going to, just like I was saying to Sonix before, it is going to really help your modding, and it's going to bring that in line, which is going to help you with gas, which you're not going to get in the short term with the modding that you have right now. If you are not already doing so, and I'm going to look now just to confirm this, you need to start putting your Get 1 towards Wampa and Hoda shards, right, which you don't have. So there's a lot of like little little things on your account that you need. Not Hoda, Wampa I would do first, because Omicron is going to help you in GAC as a one-woman show, right? As a one-man team, as a whatever you want to call it. Whenever that bounty event comes around, you're going to be wanting to get Rebel Officer Leia shards, right? Rebel Officer Leia is important to you. Wampa is important to you. Hermit Yoda is important to you. Working towards Profundity, working towards Jabba, working towards Jedi Master Luke, those things are all important to you. He's got to work towards this stuff, right? Like, well, maybe he does, but I doubt it. Actually, look at that. C-3PO he's got. Chewbacca's not there yet, so he's got to work on his bounty hunters a little bit. Again, though, the minutia of the early game is not where I shine, but the mid to long-term goals, that is where I shine, and those are the goals that you need to be working towards right now. SLKR, Profundity, Jedi Knight Luke, Jabba, Jedi Master Luke. Once you've done those things, your account will be back in good order. I would definitely Captain Amazing, look at his modding videos. What do you put on 3v3 defense? I'm going to be honest with you, I don't fucking know. I don't know because you don't have a lot of options. I have every option available to me. And I don't know because your modding is not there right now. I would do your best with GAC, but I wouldn't really stress it too terribly with where you are in the game. I really wish I could be more helpful than I am right now. Good conquest. He's working to probably hard conquest guy. He's got a while. He's got 1,000,000.2 until he gets into hard conquest. And again, the one thing that I want to stress here is this is not intended to be a roast. I really do want to help you, and those are those midterm goals that are going to help you. Your account just reads like somebody who's just freshly looking at guides and going, oh shit, I was just playing for fun. And I did that for 2 years, just playing for fun. And then I started reading things and learning things and playing things and figuring things out and doing the efficiency route. And it is going to take a long time, but you can get on track and you are not in a bad position. You've just prioritized some things that were not necessarily the best things to prioritize super early on, that you need to prioritize now. Okay, that's really the best that I can say for you right now. I wish that I could be more helpful than I am. What's this? I'm going to be a bit late. Okay. All right, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a quick 2 minutes to mix myself up another drink, okay, before we move on to the next one. So I'm going to mix myself another drink. I'm going to take a quick pee drink. I'm not going to take a pee drink. I'm going to take a very quick pee break, and then I'll be right back on, like, literally 2-3 minutes. I'll be right back with some more alcohol. Okay, that was an account. Let's see what we got going here. Listen, I said a pee drink, I get it, haha, funny, classic comedy. The only thing I'll say to that, one of my favorite fighters, Lyoto Machida, I guess I don't know, they say he drinks his own pee because it's a weird Japanese tradition. I'm not here to, like, judge people, but strange. Let's see what we got going on here now. We got another one coming up. StormDjinn. Going back to Discord. Man, I need people to, like, read the things I write, because I write them for a reason, to help you guys out and make my life easier. Don't we want to make my life easier? Isn't that a thing that we want to do? Let's see. Oh, lovely. Jonathan Colin, IKEA. Long ago in days of yore, it all began with a god named Thor. There were Vikings and boats and some plans for a furniture store. It's not a bodega, it's not a mall. They sell things for apartments smaller than mine, as if there were apartments smaller than mine. IKEA. Hey, Cap, how's it going? See, I told you it was morning for him. Alright, let's see. We got StormDjinn here. I'm currently going for Bane, then Gungans, but would love some direction to help me have more reliable counters in Grand Arena. That is a Captain Amazing thing. That's not a me thing. But let's see what we got here. I've made a bunch of dumb decisions and am happy to get roasted. And I don't roast rosters. That's Cosghoul. That's Captain. Oh, fuck off, Zavor. I called you Captain Awesome before. That's why they're making fun of me. They're not making fun of you. But in my fairness, I've been drinking. Alright, let's see. We got StormDjinn. Kyber 3 player, 8.6 million. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see what we got. We got Leviathan. We got these dips going on here. That might be a time thing, because you have a 7-star, so I can't imagine that this is anything other than time. Just not having the time to commit. I will tell you, if you throw Mark 6 into your opening lineup instead of the B28, Calvin, amazing. You can auto those battles about like 80 to 90% of the time, and that has helped me a lot, especially on busy days, because I can throw in a battle and not have to worry about it at all. Let's see what's going on. Cap, we saw some interesting rosters before. This is a classic Jabba roster. Look at that. Classic Jabba roster. Calvin also, though, he's a nice guy. I don't know if you saw my video with him. We predicted the Gungans a day before they came out. Let's get Meathead in here. Somebody start pinging Meathead. And be like, hey, come hang out with Egg. Why hang out with the big streamers? Everybody message him. Be like, yo, Egg wants to chat with you. Meathead told me he'd do a Tales off the Holotables with me, but we haven't locked in a date for that, so I want to hold him to that. I want to do, oh my god, a Meathead roster review. Guys, everybody ping him, tell him to show up. He'll get mad. I don't care. Alright, let's see what we got going on here. It's so crazy to like have to have like Keller and Beck at R9 and not have Jabba. Like, that is mind blowing to me. That is just some kind of fuckery. It's an interesting roster. Okay. All right, so StormDjinn, here's the deal. I'm not a Grand Arena guy. I don't know who you think I am. I turtle, right? If you guys want to, you know what? Let's take a little detour into Turtle Land. Let me show you my defense in GAC, because some of you don't seem to believe me that that's how I play GAC, right? So let's take a little detour into GAC land. I see that GAC has started, so we can kind of understand how I play GAC, right? I am in round 1. Oh, who's my opponent? Darth Raisin. All right, awesome. Anybody interesting? Nobody interesting. So this is my defense. For those of you that want to understand how I play GAC, right? Jabba, Leia, SLKR, Malgus, Rey. I have to fix their datacrons later, but Tuskens, JMK, C, Lord Vader, JML, right? Like, oh, I gotta take Executor out. I gotta put something in instead of Executor. I turtle. I don't play GAC seriously. I let my opponent deal with it, and I take pop shots and hope for the best. Captain Amazing, he's got this amazing account that's like basically literally right around where your account is right now, and he figures out how to beat things in crazy ways. So if you're looking for a way to beat things in GAC, he is on our Discord too. He's part of my oh, I don't want to say mine anymore because we kind of do it together. He is a featured creator on our Discord. Talk to him about GAC specifically. In terms of your roster yourself, you need Jabba. That's it. You're 8 million. You need Jabba. You have Jedi Knight Luke already. That's the hardest part of Jabba. You need Jabba, right? But before we get too crazy, let's just kind of look at our assault battle viability, because people don't like to pay attention to anything that I say and don't listen to me when I give them instructions. So I have to play the guessing game, right? Imperial Troopers. Okay, these troopers should be doing CT3 of both Rebel Roundup and Force Moon. You can obviously do military might because of Jedi Master Luke. You can obviously do ground war because of Jedi Master Luke. And when I say military might because of Jedi Master Luke, I just mean because you build the team around him. Why did the font change? What the hell? Did I do that? Oh, now I'm Urkel. God damn it. Alright, come on, filters, let's go. Filters. Hello. Okay, apparently I can't do filters right now. Can I do filters now? Yes. Okay, let's see. We know we can do that one. We have Sith Eternal, so we should be good on that one. Inquisitors. Inquisitors, you're doing CT2 or CT3. CT3 is just if you hate yourself and you wanted to spend a ton of your time there. You could probably do at least CT1. Well, actually, honestly, again, I've said this before. Fat Phil sent me some screens of somebody doing this with all G12 except for old DACA at CT3. But the important thing is that you can do CT1. Okay, so your assault battles are in order. I know you're fairly far from Jabba, but that's what you need to go for. You want to get Bane right now, that's fine. Bane is awesome. He's great in GAC. He's going to remain great in GAC even after all this is going on. Jabba is just... I can't stress enough how if you want to be competitive in any degree, you need it. You know, Gungans, it sounds, I don't know if it's a raid project or a passion project, but your guild's not like doing great in the raid, so it's not something that they are going to necessarily need. Your Separatists and your Galactic Republic will so Tuskens, believe it or not, can do pretty good from what I've seen in that one. It's just it's a luxury team. I haven't even fully built out my Tuskens yet because they're a luxury team. I might take some to Relics just because of Mandalore and everything. I think Gungans are a little bit of a trap for you. And I also think you could be in a better guild, and I recognize that maybe this is the guild you want to be in. So if this is the guild that you want to be in, you really like the people here, that's fine. There's nothing I can do about that, but you definitely could be doing more, and you could probably be in a 450 plus guild to kind of help you out. But again, I do think that Gungans are kind of a trap for you, and that Jabba should be your #1 main priority. You could even be, you know, we've talked about like that spillover, the trickle down, which is the Reaganomics, but it works really well in this game, of working on 3 farms at a time, the thing you're relicking, the thing you're gearing, and the thing that you are shard farming, right? So you, because brain fart, because Jabba is accelerated, I haven't even looked at your shards for this yet, but you're the shard farm if you're not there already. And you have them 5-star. We've had so many bonus events for these guys. Bosch is already there. What's the hot take, Frank 2? You're mostly shard farmed already on Jabba, and if you start that now, gearing them, you can start working on shard farming Gungans as they come out. And by the time you're done shard farming Gungans, you can work on gearing your Jabba requirements while you're relicking your Jabba requirements. Well, they work great here, not in real life. Let me clarify. They work well in this confined economy, not in a real economy. That's my clarification there. While you're relicking your Jabba requirements, you can work on gearing your Gungans. I think it's that important for you. Bane is such an easy, quick thing. I know it takes a lot of Chirotech, but you just based off what you said, you're very close to it, and it's just one character, and you don't really need to work on anything else towards him, especially because you have Leviathans. You have a lot of Sith already going on. I would say you need Jabba, work on Gungans as like your side thing right now. Okay, they're your side piece. They're your bitch on the side, right? So Jabba is like your Eliza, and Gungans are like that girl you cheated on Eliza with in Hamilton / American History in your own house, and then told the whole world about it for whatever reason. C Square, and I get daily updates from you, so it's great to see those updates. And you're about a month to 2 months away. I'd say about 30 days to 45, depending on the refreshes. But Jabba needs to be your main farm right now, more than anything else. Smuggler's Run 2 for someone in your spot is so important. And when you inevitably go to Captain Amazing and say, Egnards wouldn't help me with GAC specifically because he sucks at GAC, I think Cap is going to tell you the same thing. He's going to say, you got to go for Jabba. That's just my guess from knowing Cap. From knowing Cap, that's what he would say. At that point, whatever little teams that Cap tells you to go for, that's going to be your time to go for it. One thing I will say, and I do like to look this up on people who get Lightspeed bundles, is that Zori is a really great short-term investment, because if you already have Rey, you already have her full team. So just getting her up and Omicroning her gives you a really amazing GAC team at a pretty relatively low cost, right? So I think that's all I can give you, really. Did I raise the Java counter? I don't think I raised the Java counter, right? I didn't. Java counter was not raised. So let's raise that Java counter. And let's move on. Well, you know, if you can, yeah, I mean, that's Alexander Hamilton logic for you, though. My only, my best known understanding of Alexander Hamilton is written by a lyricist and musician, so who the hell actually knows? We got Pici, 515. That was roughly a week ago, so we're kind of catching up here, which is nice. Did anyone message Meathead? Did anyone tell Meathead to get in here? I literally need everyone who's in the event server, not to ping him, to private message him and say, hey, here's a link to Egnards. Come say hi to him right now on stream, because I want to talk to him. And I think he'll do it if enough people message him. I think he'll do it. All right, Pici, 139. Let's not get too distracted. Been watching your streams for a while. Finally got my account to the first milestone. I'd love to have your advice on how to progress. This is my 3rd month in the game. Oh boy. Was a top 20 for Fleet Arena, 1 5-star executor with the Gear 12 BAM. Others are all LSB negotiators. Are you coordinating? Yes. Assault battles. Okay, that's not too bad with how far into the game you are. What do you currently work on? Just finished executor. Alright, so that's awesome. Got executor. Finishing Rey next, then probably we'll finish CLS, Marin, and Treya duo. Skipping Scion. My Scion isn't even relic. Are you dead set on continuing? I am open-minded to changes. How highly do you value efficiency? As I pay to progress, I would love to spend the money on the right spots. I have a bold spending plan, not sure. Oh my goodness, there's a lot here. It's a very apt name for your account too. I have a bold spending plan, not sure it will work. I want to have your comment. As the most logical sense, I should go Jabba as the next GL, but since I am time gated by TB, my guild at 28 ROTE, even though I purchased Jedi Knight Luke requirements since day 1, Wampa Rolo Hodo, I only get 6-star Wampa and minimal shards for the other 2. Do not want to spend in anything other than MK1 guild tokens in them because I do not want to slow down my gearing speed. So I project I will have the Jedi Knight Luke requirements done by at least 7 to 8 months. Oof. Same thing with Jedi Master Kenobi requirements gated by Watt. Unless that's an acronym that I don't know. My ambitious plan is finishing Rey and go immediately after Leviathan Sith Empire. Ooh, my god. I will refresh Malgus Fury node 4 to 6 times per PG reset. Should be done by 5 to 6 months. Perfectly connect to Jabba JML. I also consider going Lord Vader before Jabba, as it might actually fit the time frame. Are there any favorite characters, even though you're probably not smart? Padawan Obi-Wan, Master Qui-Gon. I will purchase Queen Amidala shards with crystals, even though everyone is saying the Omni is lifted value, but I gotta say as a 3-month account, unlocking Hard Conquest first time, do not believe my current account can get $2 to $3 without it. CG is kind of big brains on the Omnis. Most experienced players would not feel how useful this is. Oh my god, we are going to spend a lot of time here. Okay. Did you really see squared? Oh my god, that's actually very funny to me. Oh, he took my Gone with the Wind reference, by the way. I messaged him I can't show you my my conversation with him because there was some private stuff in there, but I did say, hey, here's a free joke for you, Qui-Gon with the Jinn, and he repurposed my joke. Didn't even give me credit. That's okay. I did say it was a free joke. All right, let's take a look here, shall we? I want to see how we're doing here. Okay, let's take a look at this. I've got a lot of interesting things to say to you, Picky Man. A lot of interesting things. Got Zori, that's nice. That's a nice Omicron to get too, by the way. I know you don't have it yet, but that would be one to like really, really, really strongly consider. Where's our Wampa Hermit? Oh man, we don't have Hermit yet at all. Rebel Officer Leia, we're pretty far off. Bounty Hunters. Okay, so we have decent Bounty Hunters, and that's important. Every time that bounty event comes around, you need to be getting Rebel Officer Leia shards. Every single time that event comes around. Don't worry about anything else. I know that I think Leia and Wampa shards are in the same bounty event. I don't 100% remember. If they are in the same bounty event, the Rebel Officer Leia shards are more important. They're more important because otherwise they cost you get 2 versus the get 1 for Wampa and Hermit Yoda, right? And that's a far more important currency to you. I will say, however, I think that even where you are right now with your ambitious plan, that getting to those things is a little bit more important than you realize. And being that you have been... Wookiees poached my Zetas, I just noticed your guild name. Being that you have been playing this game for about 3 months and you have 5 million, you have spent considerable coin, okay? I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I don't care how much money people spend on this game, okay? If you want to do that, that's fine. It's your money as long as your bills are paid. But in 3 months, you have made such a huge dent and you're kind of prioritizing the wrong things. You right now are in a fleet shard coordinating and you are consistently hitting 1. If you refresh that Leviathan event, and when I say Leviathan event, okay, so C squared, I'm just going to pause for a second. C squared is confirming its Galactic Bounties 1, Wampa is in the last tier, Rolo is in the 3rd from last tier. Getting Rolo shards, Rebel Officer Leia, is far more important. So much more important. Get those. I think you have been isolating Wampa shards, most likely. Ignore them from that. Use your get 1 towards Wampa and Hermit Yoda. Rebel Officer, it's just a more expensive character. But going back to what I'm saying, you are willing to refresh the Malgus and the Fury class node 4 fucking times an event, right? Which means you're getting the $30 pass each time. That is a lot of money to be spending for something you don't need right now. Leviathan shouldn't be on your radar. Well, let me change that. Leviathan can be on your radar, but you're prioritizing it as number 1. It should not be your number 1. You should not be refreshing it at all right now because it's not going to help you. It's not going to increase your crystal income. It will maybe give you some crystal income in It will maybe give you some more crystal income in GAC. Maybe. Some. But it's not going to do as much as you think. Jabba is largely so much more important to you than Leviathan. When it comes to choosing to spend all of those crystals and all of that money towards those refreshes, if you reframe that, spend those crystals on gear and use like get 2 towards Rebel Officer Leia, which I really hate to say, I really don't want you to do that, you will actually be in a better position because you will get Jedi Knight Luke faster, which will give you Jabba faster, which will give you better modding faster, which is going to help you with military might, it's going to help you with ground war, it's going to help you with Rebel Roundup, it is going to help you in GAC, it's going to help you in Conquest. It is just so much better a move for where you are in the game right now. I think you're seeing Leviathan as the biggest, baddest toy and saying, ooh, I want that. But you're not realizing how it's not actually going to do anything for you. Anything that you're not already doing, at least, right? When I talk about spending money in this game, I talk about how you can maximize what that money is doing for you rather than just throwing money at the wall and hoping that shit sticks, or whatever that phrase is. Okay, so going back to what I see your plan is and what we want to do, I think Padawan, Obi-Wan, Master Qui-Gon, and Queen Amidala, they're lost causes, they're favorite characters of yours, you're willing to spend money on them, fine. I'm not going to fight you on that, because I'm not going to fight you on that at all, because I get that as someone who, your bills are in order and you want to do this, whatever, right? That's completely cool. But consider this. If you were to put more emphasis on Jabba and JML right now and get those in a quicker time frame, you would build up your Rebel Roundup for more Kyrotech and Zetas each month. And Zetas are a lot harder to buy because they don't come around as often. You would build up your military might to CT3. You would build up your ground war to CT3. You would get yourself a really nice CLS team, a really nice Jedi team, a really nice Bounty Hunter team. You would have the strongest Conquest team literally in the game, all while you're making Malgus and Fury class cheaper for you in the long run. Your review has less... Cheers, man. Your review has less to do with your account as a whole and more to do with understanding limiting factors. And this is a mistake that a lot of people fall into. So we'll use a very simple example. Let's say that you need Han Solo at 7 stars and... No, he's a raid character. Now he's a bad example and people will call me out even though they're not understanding. Let's say you need Cup and Mob Enforcer at 7 stars and you have one of them at 6 stars. So you have Cup at 6 stars and Mob Enforcer at 3 stars, right? What you're essentially doing right now is you're saying, hey, let me refresh Cup, who's already at 6 stars, and let me just do 3 battles a day at Mob Enforcer, 5 battles a day at Mob Enforcer, who's at 3 stars. When in reality, you should be doing 0 refreshes on Cup because he'll slowly make himself up there free, while doing 2 to 3 refreshes on Mob Enforcer to get him caught up, so that when you get them both up at the same time, you'll be able to do the event that you need to do. So this is less about your account as a whole and more about your account in general and talking about what will actually benefit you versus what you think will benefit you. Okay? I hate the idea of spending Get 2 on Rebel Officer Leia. But I think if you get to her and Jedi Knight Luke faster and use those crystals you were going to use on Fury Class and Malgus towards the gear that you're losing from Get 2, which is really not that much, believe it or not, you will see Jedi Knight Luke faster, which will give you more Kyrotechs and Zetas, which will help you in all game modes, and will actually allow you to spend less money and see faster progress. Because one of the biggest things that people spend money on that is like an endless pit is modding, right? And spending on mod packs constantly, because you're always going to need new mods. You're always going to need that new thing. But if you're constantly seeing those back end of extra Kyrotech, and you're constantly seeing those back end of extra Zetas, and you're constantly seeing those back end of extra modern material, you're going to require those things a lot less than you currently are now. So if I were to reframe your plan, right, and your 28 ROTE, I would be pushing everything towards Jedi Knight Luke requirements. Get 1 towards Wampa and Hoda. Get 2 towards Rolo. Bounty event towards Rolo. And just like curb stomping that shit all the way to the top. I would be getting Jabba first. I would be getting Jedi Master Luke next. I might even go for profundity in there and leave it at 4 stars to just build up free shards over time. And I would be working on things naturally. At that point, if you want to work on Leviathan, work on the non-conquest related stuff first. And start refreshing those nodes later when you say, hey, you know what? I'm 3 months from finishing the requirements for Leviathan, but I need 6 months for Fury Class and Malgus. Then you can refresh. Because based on what it sounds like, refreshing those 4 to 6 times per PG, you can only refresh it twice, which means to me you're buying the Conquest Pass and getting an extra day. You're going to get these things faster than you realize. All right, so your review is less about your account in general, about your account in a not in general. What's the opposite of in general? It's less about your account as like the specific criteria and more about the little things. I need to stop drinking. More about the big things and the bigger picture, and understanding why you're spending money and understanding why you're spending crystals and why those things are valuable to you. Because ideally, what I'd like to see happen is you end up in 6 months saying, hey, I can keep my progress at the same level, but now I'm spending half the money, and then you're sending that other half to me because I'm a poor ass teacher. Okay, so I hope that helps to some degree, right? I hope that you find what you're looking for there in whatever degree that you need to. Now, for those of you watching, the question becomes, it's about 6 o'clock. I am on my second margarita and some tequila. I need to order some tacos There's actually a Taco Bell nearby. I would love to throw my DoorDash on the screen. Unfortunately, DoorDash shows your address. So we're going to play the Egnards ordering lunch game, but we are going to play the Egnards ordering lunch game with dinner. It's time for tacos. Now do I get legit tacos or do I get Taco Bell? No, well, Taco Bell is like cheap ass tacos, but I'm a poor ass teacher. That's something you have to remember. Right? Something you have to remember is that I don't put ads on my Twitch, so nobody buys my Twitch subscriptions. Because they don't need to. Because I don't put ads on my Twitch. And I'm a teacher, and I'm an educator, so I don't make shit for money. So for me, Taco Bell sometimes is what you gotta do. There's this great place, Sombrero Taqueria, that's opening up soon. And a sensei, but I gotta tell you, even with my business as a karate instructor, I charge very little money because I want to make make martial arts affordable for my students. So I'm not rolling the dough. So when I say tacos, hey, Taco Bell, that's because sometimes that's what you can afford. And for like $8, you can get like a crazy amount of tacos. But then there's this place here that I can't say the name of because then I'll dox myself. Let's see, $10.95 for tacos. 3 tacos for $10.95. It's not that bad, right? Oh, this is one of those places that does like a base price. And then once you add protein, it's super expensive. Yeah, it's not open yet, Cap. I wish. It's a place by where I used to live. There was one open. It's a little franchise, and I love the place. But they're not open yet by me. 3 tacos for like $16. Go fuck yourself. Can't do that. Oh, this is another place. Let's see. This place wants $5 a taco. A single taco for $5. What the hell? Are they made out of gold? The fuck is this place? They still have, they're not $5 now, they're like $7, but so Jackson, I actually work in special ed. So while we're talking about this so that we understand, during the day, I have been working about 12 years. I'm a one-to-one in a special needs program. Okay, so I work with students on the spectrum almost exclusively in schools. Right now I work with a student with ADHD, but typically I work with students on the spectrum. For my district, I am the CPI coordinator, so I'm the one that goes to the big conferences, and I'm the person who learns how to get out of crisis. And unfortunately, actually my district is very good. We don't have a lot of students that need holds, but I have worked in districts where holds are a thing. I am the person who trains my staff on how to do holds in a safe way to keep kids safe and to make sure that it's as safe as possible so that nobody's getting hurt and so that kids are not traumatized, and making sure that it's only done in absolute emergency situations. I also own a dojo, but my dojo, again, it specializes in kids with special needs, and I really try to make my training affordable. So I do what I can, and I'm working with a guy now to redo my website, and he's like, man, you're insane for not advertising your prices because you're like 50% cheaper than everybody else, and I do that for a reason. So that's what I do. This is my fun. This is my outlet. So I joke about stuff all the time. Let's see, there's this other place right here. What do they want for a taco? $13 for a taco. How many tacos though? Well, these tacos look like shit. I think, I know you're gonna hate me, but I think Taco Bell is where we gotta go tonight. Just cause I don't got money for that shit. Where are their boxes? And then we'll get back. I got like 5 or 6 more roster reviews, and we're just gonna keep going. And if they keep coming in, we're gonna keep going. Where are their boxes? Cantina chicken quesadilla meal, $15. Get fucked. Deluxe box for $13. Combos. Cheese quesadilla. I don't want nacho fries. Those suck. Nacho Bel Grande combo. Let's see. Jackson, man, I do what I do because I love it, but it also is. It also is, I recognize that not many people can do it effectively. I haven't had their Cantina chicken wrap. Let's see. I wish you guys could see this stuff, right? But again, my address is on the screen, and that's the last thing that I need. The Cantina chicken meal includes a Cantina chicken quesadilla, a crunchy taco, fountain drink, a salsa packet. That's crispy taco meal. 2 tacos, chips, a medium drink. Where's my chalupa meals? I love that you guys are just sitting here watching me order food. Cantina chicken burrito meal. All right, this maybe is promising. Crunchy taco. All right, let's do this. Let's do that. The Cantina chicken burrito. I actually prefer a soft taco. Chips and nacho cheese sauce. Let's go with cinnamon twists. Give this guy a big tip. All right, so my food is ordered. We're gonna let this process. We're going to let it go, and then we're going to check on TW again before we do any more. Order updates, wonderful. So let's see how TW is going, see if I have to do anything, and then we'll get into whatever reviews need to be done. Ba-da-da-da-da. 4 more battles up on top. All raise. They'll get taken out in the next hour or so, I'm sure. Oh, well. I don't want to get yelled at. But I'm going to get yelled at now. They'll be like, oh, Egnards, you showed our defense. Our defense changes every fucking time. Which pisses me off. Alright. Let's see what we got. 2 hours, 7 minutes. We got ArescuePanda. Let's see what's going on here. If anyone plays Catan Universe, by the way, before I do this, after I stream tonight, I like to unwind on Steam and play Catan Universe with friends. My friends have been busy lately. Hit me up on Discord. I'd be interested in maybe playing some games tonight and chilling on Discord, because again, I got jack all to do. Let's see. ArescuePanda. I have just moved into Kyber from the upcoming 3v3 season. I feel like I'm not ready, but would like to have the best possible chance. Hoping to get some ideas for offense, defense planning. Guys, I literally tell you in my survey that I am not a GSA guy. Captain Amazing, that's his thing. That's what he does. By the way, he's awake now. I'm telling you again, it is his birthday on Friday. I want to see all of your asses up at like 8 in the morning when he's streaming. Maybe we could crowdsource a birthday cake. I want you all there. Current farms, Relic and GG to 3. Let's just see. Don't try. I wanted to know if they like yelled at me for doing something, because sometimes they stop in here. Relicing GG to 3, gearing into Relic 7 for GI for Reva readiness, finishing Finalizer into SLKR relics, only Vet Han Palp, then 2 levels on crew and base Kylo. After this I have no real direction, but I have several open paths to feel free. Let me know what you think makes the most sense. All ABs are CT1 at minimum, with a few at CT2 and the Jedi one at CT3. That means you probably have either Jabba or JML, so you have Jedi Knight Luke. Completely open to swapping into almost any farm after GI, SLKR, because I think those just make sense. Side note, my fleet chart is from almost the start of the game, as I came back after a long break. So almost everyone has 7-star Leviathan, which sucks. Which leads me to think that going for the new capital ship this year might not be a bad idea if it's not locked behind a PG character. Thanks in advance. I will be putting this in both Cap and Egnards chat. I did notice that you asked for a review from Cap as well, and I tell people to look for a review from both of us. We'll give you different perspectives, and sometimes the right answer is something in the middle, right? So, like, let's see what we got going on here. Kyber 4, 6.4 million. Let's see how we're doing at least. Yeah, I want to see. I'll be up. Look. I work when Cap is streaming, but I pop in sometimes in the mornings just to say hi for like 20 minutes. What I do is I get up really early and I'll lift a couple weights in my basement, but I still have these like girly arms. And I'll put Cap on while I'm lifting weights. All right, we're getting something. That's important. You're getting something from fleet. So we probably bought both of the Lightspeed bundles, right? So we got Rey. We're going for SLKR now. I just want to see where your Inquisitors are right now. You're close. You got one more. Yeah, it doesn't make... Oh, you have him. All right, because they're all 5. You just got Grand Inquisitor. You're bringing them up. You're probably bringing them up to 5 to 7 somewhere. 7 for the mission. Let's just take a look at our assault battles, shall we? Bounty Hunters. This team with the right modding can do CT2. Maybe CT3 if you get really lucky, but most likely just CT2. Imperial Troopers, you could probably do CT2 of Forest Moon with Veer Stark, Piet, your Dark Trooper a little bit higher, and if you were to take Range Trooper to G12 and have to build them up. If you're getting CT1, it's not necessarily a short-term concern right now. Imperial Inquisitors, you're going to get CT2 in short order, especially around the time that you get them all, or you get Grand Inquisitor to relics. We did not buy this Lightspeed bundle. Sad panda face. Not that big of a deal, though. You did buy this Lightspeed bundle, so I would maybe, if you're not doing... Well, you said did you say all or most? Let's see what you said. All ABs are CT1. Alright, so that's actually good to know that you really only need that one Zeta on him for that. Rebels 1, Chewbacca, C3PO, Chewpio, And where is Han? Oh, there's Han. You could probably do CT2. Honestly, you might be able to do CT3 if you really, really mod really well, but just based on where you are in the game, that might not necessarily be the easiest option for you. Let's just kind of take a look at everything else going on here. Luke, Jedi Master Luke. C is pretty far off. How far are we here? Not that bad. This has just been like the day of Jabba, right? Like, Executor, interesting. Okay, let's look at a couple things here. It's a brain fart moment. I forgot what I'm looking for. No, okay, I didn't think so, but I was just basing that off of something that you said before. Let's see what these Jabba requirements are looking like. We kind of already know where this is going. And let's just double check the path that you are asking about right now. Alright, so I'll agree with you that SLK Art of Relics and GI are important right now because you are in a good position and those are fairly quick things. Here's the thing about the next fleet, right? Now, before I tell you about the next fleet, I'm going to tell you Executor at 7 stars can beat Leviathan. Look up the videos. They are there. You can find them. I'm not an expert on that. You can be doing in your better in your fleet if you want to do it that way. It will take you a lot of crystals, so it might not be worth it for you necessarily right now. What I will tell you is that you are definitely on the Jedi Master Luke and the Jabba train once you finish GI and SLKR. You're just in that sweet spot right now where you need the modding, you need the assault battles, you need to build the ROI out in your account, and you're relatively close to them in relation to other things. The only real thing that we can talk about in relation to your account is talking about what the next fleet is, right? We don't know. We have no idea what that next fleet is. We have no clues. We have nothing about what this next fleet is. So there's not too much I can give you, and I don't like to speculate. I don't like to tell people to do things based off of something that is basically just a guess, right? Does that kind of make sense? What we can say is a couple things. We can kind of make a few hypotheses or educated guesses based off of patterns in the past, but CG has kind of pushed past patterns sometimes, and we never know what we're going to get with them. So Leviathan has required 2 Conquest units, and it required 2 R9 units, which was very, very expensive. That heavily implies that whatever is coming next, I'm just going to sling back here and turn on this light because I know it's starting to get a little bit darker in here. That's going to heavily imply that whatever is going to come next is going to be a little bit harder. But the counterpoint to that is that Lord Vader is probably the most expensive in a vacuum GL, and Jabba and Leia actually got easier from there just in a vacuum, not even talking about what a newer character, a newer player would have access to. So it is definitely possible that the next fleet is going to be a little bit easier, but we don't know. I think that the front runner for a next capital ship is Trench. Okay, and people have been talking about that for about 2, maybe 3 years now, and now that Trench came to the game about 1.5 to 2 years ago, it's been a little bit more, and people were surprised that Revan or whoever pilots that ship got their capital ship before Trench did. So it's a possibility, but the reality is that there are so few ships in the game, and we just now got it so that every ship has 5 ships available to it, that some people are starting to think that it's unlikely we're going to get a new capital ship, and we're just going to get a new ship added to another fleet that is going to be a journey event, kind of like a mix between the GL ship events and kind of like a mix between the MILF event, which was an event really early on with the four bounty hunter ships, and it was not an easy event when it first came out because those ships take a long time to farm. So because we don't know, it's hard for me to say, hey, just kind of skip ahead and go for the next thing. I do think that we will have answers to that question within the next month or two. And because you are still working on Grand Inquisitor, and because you are still working on SLKR, and because I do think that you do need to go onto the Jedi Master Luke and onto the Jabba train, you do have some time to worry about that before you make a choice. And Larry, yes, it is going to kind of suck a little bit if that's what happens, but the counterpoint to that is the Fury class was needed for Leviathan, and the Fury class was not in Proving Grounds at all until just very recently. So CG is not afraid to make those types of decisions. And Leviathans are everywhere, and the Fury class was upgraded and earned at a pretty rapid pace. So I don't think that they would be scared to do that again. Now, in the course of like Lord Vader, I think that R8 was so difficult at the time that he came out that a lot of people did pass him up, and he still is one of the least adapted GLs because of that, and now the game has passed on over and over. So I think that they did learn that lesson when it comes to like Squad Arena, but I do think that they've gotten a lot better at it when it comes to Fleet Arena and learning what people are or aren't willing to do. I will say that I have two front runners for the next conquest, by the way. One is Crosshair. The other one is the Naboo Starfighter. I think that if it's Phantom Menace themed, it's going to be the Naboo Starfighter. I think if it's not Phantom Menace themed, that it is going to be Crosshair. I said that a few days ago. Those are my two guesses. We'll see what's going on. But now back to this roster. When we're talking about kind of where to go, you have two options. You could be three options, I guess. You could be going for Leviathan, you could be going for Profundity, and you could be going for whatever's next. We can't talk about whatever is next because we don't know what's next. We don't know what it's going to entail. We don't know if it's going to be possible for you. So the question becomes Leviathan or Profundity. And I think because we're talking about a JML and a Jabba route, and the fact that you need a capital ship that is more reliable at building out and taking first to fifth, even against the Leviathans, you might largely consider Profundity as being a little bit more important at this point in time in where you are in the game. I will say that where you are having only one GL, you're in Kyber. I'm relatively impressed with that. You're making all of the right moves. I just think that just like when I talk to Pici or Burberry, whatever name we kind of want to go by, we're just kind of thinking a little too ahead of what's the most powerful versus what will help me most. And those two things are not necessarily always mutually exclusive, right? Sometimes those are completely different things. And that's something that we definitely need to keep in mind in this situation. So this, I think, is a relatively quick roster review. There's not too much that we really do need to say here. It's really just saying that that's the train that you need to get on and to build out and finish your ROI. And I'm really glad that you reached out to me because this is the first time since Moon built me this sweet ass Jabba graphic that I've been able to bring that number up as high as I'm bringing it today. And that kind of makes me happy since we were going to like 7 to 8 of them a day when I just had the little shitty one that I pulled off of Google. Ah, my goodness. Tequila. So what is it, 207. Let's move on. Tequila. Oh, we're looking at a pre-GL one here. Where is it? ArescuePanda. So we're looking at Joshy, right? Okay. Oh, these are my favorite. I just love when people on Reddit are stupid. I just love it. It is my favorite thing in the world. So Joshy. Thank you in advance for your help and for all the help for your community. For the background, I'm a pretty old player that has quit twice. Once in 2020. That's a really weird time to quit. We all had so much time. Were you like spending all of your days making beer bread and baking that you couldn't play the game? And again in 2022, I am hoping to stay this time. I returned to the game when I heard Gas Lightspeed Bundle was coming, so that literally just happened. Coming since he's my favorite character. I got all the recent Lightspeed bundles from May the 4th, so I'm currently trying to fill out those rosters. Here's my .gg. My top 20 fleet chart is basically all Leviathans with great relics. I have a very old chart since I'm a pretty old account that I quit and came back 2 years later. I don't even have DR unlocked, so I'm pretty far from Leviathan. I'm currently using Negotiator thanks to the Lightspeed bundle. Oh my goodness, these ABs. I'm not currently talking to them. You're not going to be able to. Nobody's going to listen to you yet without a GL ship. Nor have I ever talked to them. ABs are 01, 01, 0, 0. Interesting. That reminds me of that Family Guy episode with Helen Keller from back before, Family Guy was where it is now. I am currently working on glow requirements. I was stuck between glow and JMK, but I'm now nowhere near Wat Tambor, so I chose glow. I also feel like this will help me make some new teams and bolster some teams I have Zetas on. More specifics below. Captain Rex for Phoenix and glow, Nessa for Ewoks and glow. Nobody gives a shit about Ewoks. Bosch Leia for BH and glow, Scout Trooper for glow. Yeah, they're all for glow. Scout Trooper is not actually for glow, by the way. It's just part of the requirements for glow. Trying to relic my 501st, relic Marin to match other Night Sisters, relic GG. I wrote this in notes and pasted it here, so some of the formatting messed up a little bit. Let me know if anything is illegible. Alright, well this is going to be an interesting account. Let's see what we got here. Let's pop up. You know what? I realized that I did not do a timestamp, so we're gonna guess 221. All right, let's go from there, and let us turn this over to. No, I don't care about that. All right, so we have a pre-GL account that was around in 2022. This person does not remain consistent. They like to skip around a lot. They like to quit and give up. That is not necessarily a comment to say that we should make fun of them, because honestly, I wish that I did quit, and I wish that I was not spending 4 hours a day playing this game. So hopefully you do quit, and I mean that in the nicest possible way. Alright, so we did not buy either of those bundles because they were not around May the 4th. Oh, thank God we're not that close to glow. Alright, so Joshy, right? Joshy. Here's the thing. Where the game was in 2020 is very different than where the game is now. If I remember correctly, the GAC changes to make GAC important happened in 2021 or 2022, right? So you're still used to a world where a squad arena is largely really important for crystals. It's not anymore. Now your ROI and your ability to field multiple teams is more important. Glow is a trap for you. It is not an important team for you. It is not something that you need to be going for right now. The good news is that you isolated Bosch, and Bosch, well, you didn't even start it yet, so I guess that's not that good of news. You don't have Scout Trooper unlocked, Drogon unlocked, don't have Captain Rex unlocked, so you basically kind of just started on this path. I would not go for JMK, and I would not go for Glow, because the ROI on your account sucks. Like, completely sucks. And again, that's not me roasting your review. That's me just saying that, hey, you've been around for a very, very long time. You've quit a bunch of times. Your roster is stuck in 2000 late, to quote the Black Eyed Peas. I do want to check one thing here before we move on. Yeah, we're kind of in a similar boat as, I want to say it's Pici from before, but I'm not 100% sure. It might have been a different one. Let's check out these ships. And before I do anything crazy to talk about like what you should be doing, what I want to do because of your assault battles is I want to just see if there's anything quick and easy that we can do with your assault battles. Something that you can do in the very short term to build these up, because we want to kind of build these to a point where you're getting free Zetas and free Kyrotech. So for example, with your Bosk, Django, Boba, and even like Dengar and Ig-88, and I isolate those two because Greedo sucks. Actually, I would say Ig-88, and well, you need Dengar, I think, for the event, so it doesn't matter. So I would say Dengar and Ig-88. If you get those guys to just G12, right, Dengar and Ig-88, you'll probably be able to do Rebel Roundup at CT1, which is pretty, important for you right now, is, again, just getting things to the point where you're getting Kyrotech. If you bring Jedi Knight Revan to G12, between Jedi Knight Revan, Grandmaster Yoda, General Kenobi, Jedi Knight Anakin, and maybe Bastilla Shan to G12, you'll be able to get Ground War to CT1. All right, Fanatical Devotion we don't really care too much about right now. And Sith Empire looks like a relatively lost cause for right now, just because I don't want to waste on these shard farms at the moment. Never talked to them. Currently using. Okay. So really what I would like to see you doing is I would like to see you working on your Mark 6 Interceptor, which is a Sith ship, and I know it doesn't make sense, but I did say this a little bit earlier. And I'd like to see you working on your Outrider and your Rebel ships towards Profundity. Mark 6 in a Profundity lineup at, I don't know if it'll work at 5 stars. You might have to wait till it's 7 stars. We'll be able to beat those Leviathans so that we're at least getting some fleet crystals and moving ourselves along. The nice thing about older fleet shards is that they are largely inactive. If you go into my top 50, there are still some negotiators, and by negotiators I don't mean Marauder negotiators, I mean like the old negotiators, because people just stop playing, right? So you may be in a good position to move ahead faster than you realize. You are equidistant from Executor and Profundity, and I think that Profundity is just the smarter choice for you because of it. And because, just like everybody else, I said this tonight, we could literally turn off the stream right now and say, hey, everybody else, this is what you need to do. You need to be going for Jedi Master Luke, and you need to be going for Jabba the Hutt. Glow is a trap. Jedi Master Kenobi is a trap. Glow is a trap as the newest GL because it's not going to offer you much in terms of ROI. And Jedi Master Kenobi is a trap because he's not going to be super great without Commander Ahsoka Tano. And he doesn't even do really good in the assault battle, so you're really only getting a PvP team. And with where you are in PvP in this game, it's not really a big deal to have the best PvP character in the whole game, which, I mean, it's arguable if it is him, but he's pretty much up there, so we can give it to him. You need to build out the ROA. If you work towards Profundity, JML, and then Jabba, and you're going to need Jedi Knight Luke for JML and Jabba, you are going to get Military Might at CT3, you're going to get Rebel Roundup at CT3, you are going to get Ground War at CT3, you're going to get the best Conquest unit, you are going to get Jedi Master Luke, who is really great at Proving Grounds, can't do them all, but is really great at Proving Grounds. You are going to get, I think I said the best Conquest unit, but you're also going to get one of the other better Conquest units, which is Jabba, just because he is really good at beating all of those no Jedi, Sith, or Ufu nodes that aren't specifically no Galactic Legend nodes, and Smuggler's Run 2 is a super amazing solid event. Those are the things that you need to be going for. Glow is not going to help you in the short term. It is not going to help you in the medium term. It is going to do a mediocre amount of work for you in the long term, but these things are going to do a lot more for you in that time period, to the point where this might be this is like the speed running of roster reviews, because there's not much more for me to say other than those are the things that you need to be doing right now, and what are you doing not doing those things. Okay, so I have spoken. I need like a GIF, and I have spoken GIF. With that said, for those of you who are really quiet right now, man, everybody was popping before and now everyone's taking a nap. I'm going to take another really short break before I move on, because my Taco Bell is here, and I did promise you tacos and margaritas, and I've had 2 margaritas. I haven't had any tacos, so I'm going to go grab that from my front door, hopefully not get stung by a wasp. While I am gone, I don't know, the like, comment, subscribe thing. Again, hit up Meathead. Tell your friends. Tell your lovers. Tell your friends' lovers. Tell your lovers' friends. Let's get this party hopping tonight, and I will be back in 2 minutes. Whew, motherfucker, I heard that. Saw that, read that, whatever you wanted that. Alright. Let's check in on TB again before we do any more of these, right? Just because maybe I could throw some things on auto. And I say that as if I didn't look while I was out to see that a new wall has opened. And once again, this is a cupcake war. I got a lot of messages. This is a cupcake war, so it should be relatively easy. We got some Phoenix teams. We got some Malgus teams. I could throw some things on auto. I could put some hot sauce on, and I can actually maybe eat a little bit in peace, because I know that Larry and Zavor, they love watching me eat. That's one of their favorite things, and that's why they tune in. Let's take these fuckers out. Empire. No. Separatist. Right. Got anything else that are going to take out these teams? You're like, oh, hey, by the way, this thing works. Oh, you know what? I noticed my phone is not up. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it is. All right. Let me know. This is the saddest fucking box I've ever seen. This tiny ass. I need like a food porn channel where people just pay me to eat. It'd be great. Let's see. Got some leftover Blair's Mega Death Sauce. I don't know if anyone's ever had it, but it is hot as fuck. It can be really awful sometimes. Throw it on my taco. I don't have any more Last Dab. I ate it all. It's all gone. And those bottles are like $25. They're expensive. I love the Last Dab. The Last Dab burns, but at least it tastes good. Mm. It's fucking expensive. Ernest, you're like what, like 18, 20? I don't even think you're 21 yet, if I remember correctly. Man, like, I got bills to pay. Well, happy birthday. You and Cap, you have similar birthdays. Daniel, man, I don't know if you know this. It sounds like you don't know this. I'm going to look it up for you. Because it's my favorite thing in the world. My first ever video was like as a joke on the Reddit. I was well known on the Reddit for doing math stuff. And I had joked about eating really hot wings and answering questions. And I ended up having to do it because I lost a bet. And I bought the experimental, the Last Dab, the one that you're talking about. And it was like a $25 bottle. And I did a Q&A with people from Reddit. And again, this was my first ever video that I ever did, and it's responsible. It's the reason why I am here right now doing this. But here it is. And you'll see I baked the Last Dab into some wings. And I had a wild old time. There's a lot of, like, if you saw Conan O'Brien on Hot Ones recently, I basically pulled a Conan O'Brien, but like 6 months before he did it. Yeah, before that time, I was just on Reddit. Right, I was just chatting on Reddit. I was just talking to people on Reddit. And it's been a long time coming. I don't watch every episode, but I do watch a lot of them. Help me out here, guys, because I don't pay attention to TW. What's gonna beat these teams? What can I throw on auto against the Phoenix team? Yeah, well, I did what Conan did 6 months before Conan did it. Like, I put it all over. And the wings that I baked them with the sauce, and I baked them with, I think, garlic reaper as well, and with hot ghost pepper extract. So it was some hot shit. Yeah, I could use LV, but my guild's gonna get pissed if I use LV. They're gonna be like, why did you use LV against Phoenix? Oh, this is an easy one. There's no Omicron. Alright, what can we use against Phoenix with no Omicron? Honestly, oh, well, it's got C-Rex. So it might still be harder. I think Afra could do it. There's a lot of Well, I used C. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. We're gonna win this one pretty easily. I don't think Night Sisters are gonna have a chance here because Jackson, man, thanks for hanging out with us. Try it. All right, let's try it. Let's see what happens. Sith. Oh, I used Treya in SOKR. My guild was all like, use Treya with SOKR. Not SOKR, Star Killer. They're like, set that team. It'll be awesome. Night Sisters probably won't have a chance because of their aversion to Kanan's unique. Let's do Radis. Let's just see if he does it. That'll be fun. We're not losing this one anyway. Throw some more death sauce on here. Ooh. This might have been bad. Ooh. Guys, don't tell Yak. That's not good. Oh my god. Alright, we're gonna just back out of that. I took a look. I feel like I have to win one now, or my guild will be pissed at me. They'll be like, fuck you, Egg. And I'll say, fuck you back. But we can look at my opponent. Man, Captain Rex really elevates his team, huh? Well, this is why I don't stream my GACs. In case anyone's wondering. This is quite the embarrassment. That's terrible. Alright, well, I don't give a shit. Oh well. Let's see. Let's take a look, because I'm eating. Let's see how big Darth Raisin is. 5-star Leviathan. 10.9 million. Seven GL. That's very rare. I normally see 8. Well, it's a unique Zeta, and it's also whatever. Literally, we lost the last 2, so this is an easy one. I'm not worried about losing. If I were worried about losing, I would have asked my guild leader what to use. Profundity and Leviathan are low gear. Executor is only 6 stars. Yeah. If you notice, my opponent in GAC very clearly has really shitty mods. Quite honestly, it's quite sad. Xerath's got some good shit. I don't watch it, I just hear. I act like I watch anything. Alright. So that's my opponent. I mean, I'm not really worried. His GL ships aren't great. He doesn't have Jabba. He has Bane. If I lose, it's because I got drunk and played. Anything key here that's missing? I am on record as saying to my guild today that if I could pay $100 a month to skip TW, I would. But I don't have $100 a month. So let's go back to these roster reviews, I guess. Hate TW. We got Digger. Now, we got this guy Digger, and I'm going to give you guys a couple seconds to figure this out. His name is Digger. Does that, he's missing... You already know he's missing Jabba. Does anyone, when I say Digger, is there a TV show that you guys think about? I can skip my TWs. My guild is actually, we're really good about it. It's, you only join TW if you want to. But if you join, you have to participate. And it's really about the rewards. If I could, that's why I say $100 a month. If I could just buy a vault every month and just buy the things that I get, the stuff, whatever it's called, I would absolutely do it. The like droid brains, I would absolutely not even bother to join TW, and I would just buy those things. No. Nobody thinks of a great TV show when we talk about Digger? No? Alright. I did mute you because I was eating those chips. Alright, so we got Digger here. 252. I'll give you guys a couple minutes while I'm talking. While I talk to Digger. Let's see what we got for Digger, huh? Top 20 on my fleet arena. 2 Leviathans, 1 Chimera, rest are executors. The fleet chat is inactive, but I am able with my negotiator to climb first or second. Most of the time I beat the Leviathan, but sometimes I am unlucky. It looks like for the most part you're doing CT, not better than CT1. I don't know if that means not CT1 or if that means yes CT1 but not better. Currently finishing C-Rex and GG. After that, planning on doing Executor. Are you dead set on continuing? No. How highly do you value efficiency? I don't do fun farms. Are there any favorite characters you want to prioritize? No. Okay. No, it's not from a crappy book. We're going to just keep looking at Digger's profile. And I'll give you until the end of his review. You don't win a prize, you'll win my respect. 6 million. Hitting first with the Marauder. All right, respect, fam. Relic your Bad Batch for that, too. Frozen, I agree. Like, I'm not a fan, and my TW officers get mad at me when I say, hey, what counter is this? And they go, you should know that. You've been playing for 6 years. And I go, yeah, but I hate TW. Do you know how to play TB? Can you run a TB? Do you know every counter and every TB wave like I do? No, probably not. Because that's what I work on. So tell me what to use and I'll use it. Interesting. Alright, let's see. Just Ray, Mace Window. Check this out. This seems like this is going to be a fast one, too. I should just do one roster review to rule them all. Ooh. That gives me an idea. Moonborn! Are you here? Probably not. I think it's like 12. It's probably midnight wherever you are right now. That's sad. One roster review to rule them all. We need a card for that. Let's see. I love Moonborn. He's great. He does all my graphic work. If you ever need graphic work, pay him money. Send him money. Send him a few bucks. Get some graphic work done. He's awesome. Alright, let's look at a lot of things. Let's pull up your message again. There it is. 1:45, man. Holy shit. I'm honored. I don't stay up until 1:45 for literally anybody at all. 1:45 is not a time to be awake unless you're like 18. When I was 18, I was up that late. Now I'm old. Alright, let's check out some assault battles, shall we? Alright, CT1 here. So you said not better than CT1, and that's just why I'm kind of looking at this, because I don't know if that means CT1 or higher. Let's check out these droids. Alright, so you can probably do... I mean, honestly, if you remod your GG team, you could probably maybe do CT. Well, he's not relicked yet, so maybe not. Places of power. Neelis is not there. You could probably do CT1 at least, even without him. No Revan, but you can probably... Alright, so you... Basically, you're not better than CT1 means CT1. I don't know about here, though, unless we're doing it with clones for... Well, actually... Change my mind. 1, 2, 3, 4... 1, 2, 3, 4... With remodding, your CLS team, Commander Luke Skywalker, 3PO, and Chewie in the second slot, Chewbacca, Han Solo, C-3PO, you could probably do CT2, and you could probably do CT2 at 3 stars. It's gonna take some time. It's a core team. It needs to happen. Zeta them. It's a short-term thing, though. What else? Ground War we did. Secrets and... Oh, it's so crazy that Secrets and Shadows is the one you're doing the best at. And I love my Night Sisters. I really love my Night Sisters, but it's so crazy. Okay. Finishing C-Rex and GG. After that, I'm planning on doing Executor. Let's check out some of these characters and your ships as well. See, it's like you guys all conspired against me and said, hey, you know what would be funny if we did today? Hermit, Cursitan, Skiff. Are our ships in order? Razor Crest, okay. Alright, so yes, go for Executor. It seems like you're doing pretty good with what you have right now, but it is always good to have a GL ship. I don't know if I would take it to 7 stars right away. I would definitely take it to 5, and that's only because your Marauder is putting in work for you. So it might actually be easier with your Marauder, to be completely honest. So while you want Executor because you do want yourself a GL ship shard farm, and you do want to start getting shards of that every month, you're kind of already on top of your fleet shard and don't need to necessarily worry about it. Now, in terms of ROI, right, because you say here in your message, how highly do you value efficiency versus fun farms? And you say, I don't do fun farms. I get that, but I guess you're not in the worst position. Let's take another look at this real quick. You're not in the worst position. Kylo and Rey. Did I know that you have them? Alright, so you have Rey. Is Kylo your ticket farming right now? I'm assuming you're ticket farming him right now. Yeah. Alright. So look, you know, one of the reasons why I only do so many roster reviews in a short amount of time is that they all start to blend together. ConWarlock, I like your new icon. One of the reasons why I don't do so many roster reviews often at once is because they start to blend together in terms of like rosters looking the same as other rosters, and you're really kind of largely in that same boat, especially with your assault battle viability not being great, but they all are at roughly CT1, which at least is the best one. The relic materials you get from CT2 and CT3, they are great. They're really good if you can get there. But the Zeta materials and the Chirotech are the most important part, and you are there for the ones that matter, okay? You're actually there for more than the ones that matter because it looks like you bought the Night Sisters bundle. So normally I suggest 5 of 7, and you're at 6 of 7, so perfect. But you need to be doing the Jedi Master Luke farm, and you need to be doing the Jabba farm, and you can kind of do that while you're doing the Executor farm. I don't disagree with the Executor farm, but because you are getting fleet crystals already at maximum for the most part, it's not really the most important thing for you, but you are, well, I want to look one more time at something. Yeah, I mean, you're not terribly far away gear-wise. So this, again, comes back down to the joke of, like, the Reaganomics of the game and working on the relics while working on the gearing of something else. Start working towards your Executor so you can build up those free shards that you're getting each month. Not really bringing it to 7 stars because you don't necessarily need it right now, but as you get to the relic only portion of that, you should be gearing your Jedi Master Luke farm, and right now you should be shard farming your Jedi Master Luke farm. And if you've already shard farmed the majority of your farm, except for Rebel Officer Leia, who you still have 2 stars of that you need to get, so a maximum of 185 shards that you'll get from the bounty event, and unfortunately from Get 2 right now, because JML is going to be more of a short-term thing for you. While you're working on the gearing for that, if you already have the shard farming done for that, you're going to start working on it for the Jabba farm, right? This is going to help you with so many things, and if you don't watch all 3 hours of this live stream, what the hell are you doing with your life? But also, if you do watch all 3 hours of this live stream, what the fuck are you doing with your life? Do something else. It's going to help you with Rebel Roundup, which is going to give you CT3. It is going to help you with Military Might, which is going to give you CT3. It's going to help you with Ground War, which is going to give you CT3. It's also going to give you Smuggler's Run 2. And because you're already working on Kylo Ren and finishing that up, and I'm assuming ticket farming because your relic materials for that are already done, you're going to have 2 of the much better Proving Grounds characters between Supreme Leader Kylo Ren and Jedi Master Luke Skywalker. So that's going to build up all of those baseline extra characters that we all know and love that you're going to kind of need to work on in the next 6 to 12 months. In terms of efficiency versus fun farms, this is the way to go because those are characters that are going to help you in every single one of your game modes. So a lot of times people go for like Glow, which I think we talked about a little bit earlier with maybe ArescuePanda or Josh. Glow is really good in one game mode, but it doesn't really help players in all of the game modes going forward, whereas Jedi Master Luke and Jabba are going to help you with both of them. Now, Executor is not necessarily the most important farm for you because, again, you're already getting first in your fleet shard with the Marauder counter to Leviathan. It is still really nice to have a Galactic Legend ship, and that's going to help you with GAC to push you ahead in GAC. You might want to consider bringing it to 5 stars, but bringing it to 7, again, is not going to be the most important thing in the world for you. This comes down to another review where there's really not that much to say. Those are the important things, and they are going to take you a pretty long time to do, but you are going to notice a transformation in your gameplay when you do these things, right? So that is something that I would strongly consider, and I wouldn't go too much further than that because we're looking at 2 GLs and a GL ship. On top of the GL that you're currently ticket farming, you're looking at 6 plus months at this point, but at that point you'll be able to kind of decide what you want to do. Did I raise the Jabba counter already? I don't remember if I did. Somebody say yes, somebody say no. that's when you're going to be able to decide what you want to do a little bit more freely without having to worry about what's efficient and maybe what's not efficient. So the 8th one, I feel like I didn't tell everybody to go for Java tonight. Somebody had Java, so I must have upgraded it because it's at 7 now. That's what happens. I like it, man. ConWarlock, I like it. In terms of Digger, my first thought when we were talking about Digger is Gilmore Girls. Right? They're one of Lorelai Gilmore's boyfriends at one point is his nickname was Digger. Yes, I watched Gilmore Girls. It is a great show, and Netflix did her dirty with Year in a Life. I don't care. I am Team Logan over Jess. Jess is kind of a piece of shit who runs off at the first sign of trouble. Logan is a cheater. Not Logan. What the fuck is his name? Dean. Dean is a fucking cheater. Logan's just a rich kid who does dumb rich kid shit. But overall, he's not a bad guy. Let's move on. Big. Ooh, this is a fun one. There it is. One of my favorite names here, BigHebrew. So thank you for that chuckle today. Whew. Let's see. Leviathan's Profundities and a few executors. Are you coordinated talking with a fleet shard? Nope. Shard is from 2016 2017, and outside of top 10 to 15, it's pretty inactive. I placed 30 Rebel Roundup CT2, Force Moon CT2, Places of Power CT3, Military Might CT1 or 2, Ground War CT1, RNG permitting, so that means you're getting it at 1 star. Secrets and Shadow CT2, Fanatical Devotion 0, what are you currently working on? Ugnaught for platoons, RIP, rounding out LSB team, C-Rex, SK Padme, GG, Knessa, Nessa, Gas, Zetas, are you dead set? There's a better path, and nope, I don't mind switching it up. How highly do you value efficiency versus fun farms? I like working efficiently, but after a big project, I like a fun farm to keep the motivation up. Are there any favorite characters? Maybe Jedi Knight Cal cast this as my next fun farm, but I don't have a solid Jedi team, so only place be able to use him is with Rey, probably. And Jedi Knight Cal Kestis, I don't want to say he doesn't go with Rey, but that's really more of a baby Cal thing. I am an obnoxious sneezer, so I muted myself. You're welcome. All right, BigHebrew. Let's see, L'Chaim. No comments about Gilmore Girls. Surprising. I hate all of you. Kyber 4 and a supporter. Kyber 4 at 5.7 million. That's not too bad. Got myself a Diet Coke courtesy of Taco Bell. Taco Bell not sponsored. If anyone was going to sponsor me, it would be Popeyes. Of course, they did not give me a straw, though, so I got to open this up the old school way. It's going to spill all over everything because of this stupid top. Man. All right, so we're using old school negotiator to get into the top 50. At least in the top 50, we are getting some degree of shards or crystals, which is nice. Ray, SLKR. We got the Zori Bliss Omicron, which is also nice. Savage. I don't even have the Savage one, but it is a good one to have. We'll check on our Jedi real quick. CT1. Alright, no Revan. That's probably why. Let's check on these Imperial Troopers real quick. All right, so honestly, Veer Stark, Dark Range, and Admiral Piet can CT3 Forest Moon. It's just going to require really good modding and putting as much speed on them as possible between your GL teams. It is worth doing, definitely, in the short term, because you're only going to have to do it once. Where you only have to do it once because you will get CT3. Once you get that first kill in the first round, you can probably hit auto as long as you have enough speed on them and the other team's never going to get another turn. You know what, ConWarlock, you're going to hate me. I've honestly never watched Supernatural. Justin Cheers. Never watched Supernatural, but you know the actor is good. He's just a cheating piece of shit in the game, in the show. This seems like, man, this Jabba counters. I mean, I want to check out our ships though. Let's see what we can do here. The Coming Pants. Outriders getting up there. Executor. So you have a 4-star Executor. What do we see? Top 10 to 15 is... And outside of the top 10 to 15 is pretty inactive. So if outside of the top 10 to 15 is pretty active, you could probably get into the top 20 with your Executor, which would be really nice to see you do, because you'll be getting... is it... 100, I think. No, it's I think 50 crystals. I don't know. I don't remember. I haven't been in the top 20 in a long time. I think it's 100, but I could be wrong, and someone will correct me and call me a piece of shit. Let's check this out. I'm going to check this out first. 980. Okay, Leviathan. We're very far from that Leviathan. Jedi Master Luke. Jabba, Sith Eternal. $25 to $50 is, well, so it's 20 to 50 then, not 25 to 50, but yeah, same shit. Thank you, Baroness. I'll look at this again. All right, so you're doing Places of Power, CT3. Perfect. And now I just want to check out these Lightspeed Bundle teams. C-Rex, SK, Padme, GG, Nessa, Gas, Zetas. Alright, well, let's check out your guild real quick. $263 is about where you should be. Okay, look, I mean, I'm a big Hebrew man. I'm gonna level with you. Like we're on a JML and a Jabba kick today, and the reason that we're on a JML and a Jabba kick is because they are just so vitally important to somebody, especially at your level. To shore up basically everything that you need to get done. Now, that's not to say you have a lot of projects that you want to do with the Lightspeed Bundles team. C-Rex, Starkiller, Padme, General Grievous, Nessa, General Anakin Skywalker, and then all the Zetas. And that really sucks, right? Because you're going to be in such a Zeta deficit for basically the next 2 to 3 years. And you're going to have this problem for a very, very long time. But the reality is, if we're talking about, hey, I want to be efficient, but I also want to do fun farms, and maybe we're talking about your LSB teams as fun farms, Jedi Master Luke and Jabba are largely going to completely change your game by rounding out your ROI overall for the account. but also rounding out your modding for the account. And I cannot stress enough how important those things are. I need a little pull doll with like the little string that says JML Java. That's how important those guys are. Now, that's not to say that if you want to lose a little efficiency to do some fun farms, that you can't necessarily do like, all right, let me do Jedi Knight Luke, then let me do C-Rex. Let me do Jedi Master Luke, then let me do SK. Then let me do Jabba, then let me do Padme. But those things, and this is something that I had said to somebody a little bit earlier on in the stream, every month that you're not getting those materials that you should be getting is a month that you're basically wasting those materials, especially as somebody who, if I remember correctly, is in Kyber, right? And if you want to remain in Kyber, you're going to need to make sure that your modding is on point. So that's something that over a very long period of time is going to be largely very, very, very important for you. Those things, those characters, and I've said this probably every week for like the last 8 weeks, those characters overall kind of round out the majority of the ROI for an account to the point where you can choose to do something else at that point. And if you don't want to play highly efficiently at that point, I don't want to say you'll be unaffected, that would be a lie, but you'll be less affected than if you were to choose to do those things now, right? Once you have JML and Jabba, you have the majority of those things shored up for yourself. And even if you take a longer time to do other things, at the very least you're allowing your account to work for you instead of working to better your account. Again, I will say, I know that it's probably well past Moonboard's bedtime, but this is the point where we need to talk about like the roster review to end all roster reviews, because that ends up being something that's really important for most players, and I wish that most players understood that. But the reality is that we are now 9 roster reviews into a stream, and 8 of those roster reviews I've told people, hey, by the way, you need to go for Jabba and you need to go for JML. They are going to help you in every single game mode. And I think that a lot of content creators, what they do is they just talk about what their favorite game mode is and how you can effectively participate in their favorite game mode. I don't do that because I don't give a shit what game mode you like. I am going to tell you how to effectively participate, effectively build your account to participate in whatever the hell game mode you want to, if that makes sense. Whew. Now, that reaches the end of the roster reviews that I had written down ahead of time, but I believe a few more people had requested roster reviews in the time period while we were doing this, and we've been here for 3 hours and 20 minutes, and as I promised, this was going to be a marathon stream because I ain't got shit better to do tonight. So what do we think? Do we call it a night? Do we keep going at this point? Do I take on those other roster reviews right now? Do I beat my record right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've done 9. The most I've ever done on a stream is 10. Oof. What are we saying here? So we're saying keep going? Is that what we're saying? Is just keep going? All right, I don't got dick all to do tonight. Let's keep going. Khan, I noticed that. I was like, oh man, I'd feel really bad if Khan didn't get his turn here. I did see yours up in that list of new ones for tonight, so I still want to timestamp it because sometimes people do like to go back to see their own. Khan, are we? Tell me before I even look, before I even check, is the Java counter going back up, man? Is the Java counter going back up? Daniel, so while I'm waiting on this joke question, I guess it's a joke question. When we talk about the GL Ray journey, it's really hard for me to tell you what is required because when I did the Ray journey, the game was at a completely different place, right? So the game was at a point when I was doing Ray where Zetas were in a deficit for most people, but because there were so many fewer characters, you were going to use Ray's characters. Okay, good. You were going to use Ray's characters as part of her team, so you had everything Zeta, and because it took so long, you were able to build those things ahead of time. I think it was very rare for people when I unlocked Ray to do it at a Zeta deficit. I think your best bet for finding an answer to that specific question is to look at low Zeta guides in the last like 6 months. I have seen people post guides of the Ray and the SOKR journeys being done with very, very, very short amount of Zetas. But and like Justin saying Zori Spice Renders in it is necessary. Zori didn't even exist when I did the Ray journey, right? So you would use Ray, you would use Resistance Hero Poe and Resistance Hero Finn, and you would generally use R2D2 and C3PO. So it's a completely different game from when I did those journeys. And I can't even go back and do them now because if I go back and do them now, I already have those Zetas. If you look at guides, video guides from like the last 6 months or so, you will be in a better position . So let's see. Fleet top is mostly executors plus 2 profundities. I recently started a fleet Discord. I think we were talking about that earlier. After getting my own executor, we're doing good in there. I'm now getting regular top 20 save crystals for executor 5 stars. You are very welcome to hopefully get top 10 soon. Rebel roundup, mostly CT. Ground War will get CT1 once you get Jolie higher. Okay, and Secrets and Shadows is sub CT. Currently working on finishing Executor Pilots, fighting a war with mods. Yeah, well, then planning on going for Gungans, despite it probably being a little stupid because I absolutely love them. Pretty dead set on that unless you tell me it will absolutely destroy my account. I generally do like efficiency, but Jar Jar is just too important for me right now. After that, probably Jedi Knight Luke and Jabba. Also, Proving Grounds will soon be coming up for me, and I feel unprepared. I've heard that CLS can do some stuff. What else would you recommend? All right, let's take a look. Let's see. I like how you're like, I know this is dumb, but I want to do it anyway. And you know what? I mean, I basically did the same thing. I was like, I know it's dumb to get R9 on all of the Gungans, and I did it anyway. Chromium 2, 3.7 million. Very few of these guys here. Let's just take a look at these Jedi, huh? Yeah, I mean, Jolie to G11, G12, you could probably do CT1 without too much problems. Jedi Knight, Revan Lead, Jolie, Bastilla, General Kenobi, and either Grandmaster Yoda or Jedi Knight Anakin. You should be able to do that once you get there. What's the other one that's at a sub? Secrets and Shadows. That's not super important, but let's... Okay, so you didn't buy that Lightspeed bundle. Night Sisters. Alright, so again, this one's really not super important for you right now. You don't necessarily have to worry about it. Let's take a look and see where your Gungans are. Okay, so here is the crossroads we're at. When I say will something destroy your account or not, it really comes down to what you mean by destroy your account. You know, Gungans, not only are they a new team, so they're not accelerated, but they're also going to be Gear Hogs or Kyrotech Hogs, right? They're a newer team, so there's going to be a lot of Kyrotech invested. It's going to take you largely a long time to get this team done. You're not getting it unless you're going to spend money based on where they're at right now. Even if you do one refresh a day on like Boomadir and Phalanx when they release, you're not getting him the next time he comes around. Your hope maybe is to get them at that 6-month period. So the question is, as much as you love this team, is that worth it to know that it's going to take you at least 6 months, because it is a timed event that as of right now we know is like roughly on a 3-month cadence versus the 1-month cadence that I was kind of hoping that they would be on to kind of help people out a little bit more. Do I think it'll destroy your account to go for them? No. If you're playing for fun, then you're playing for fun. But it's definitely not a farm that I would tell you to go for right now. You know, with your fleet shard being mostly executors and your fleet shard being some profundities, if you get that executor 5-star, you honestly probably will be able to get not even into just the top 10, but into the top 5, if not hitting first every night, with like Ebon Hawk in there as well. So it'll largely help your crystal income quite a bit. It's really tough to say, hey, yeah, go for Jabba, or to go for Gungans. One thing I do want to bring your attention to, though, is Proving Grounds Trello board. So this Trello board that I'm about to show you, it is actually posted in our Discord, and it is pinned. It's pinned in the GC area because I didn't know where to put it for now. Where is it? That's not the Trello. That's the older one. There it is. Here it is. This Trello board will help you out a lot because it is a crowdsourced resource for which tiers can be beaten by which teams. This is obviously not the only teams because it's crowdsourced, but like CLS is going to be able to do Commander Ahsoka, Razor Crest you already have. It looks like, can it do CLS? Doesn't look like it's going to do CLS. It'll do Dad Bod Boba. It'll do TIE Interceptor. Does not look like it'll do Malgus, right? For any of you that are not on our Discord, by the way, this is why you want to be on our Discord, because we have all of these resources. I would say at this point, we started our Discord about 3 months ago, and I will confidently say we are in the top 5 resources for this game on Discord right now, and I feel pretty confident about that. Ben Solo, it looks like, can do it. Scythe can do it. Admiral Trench, it looks like, can do it. So that CLS team will largely help you. But again, this is posted and it is pinned on our Discord. If that'll, kind of help you out a little bit. I would say maybe consider. I really would love to see you go for that Jabba. I really would. I think 6 months is like the short term for Jar Jar, and that's if it comes back on time the second time it comes around. I would like to see you at least put some cursory extension toward Jabba. I know that you're saying that the team pre-Jar Jar has already been useful to you, but it's largely only useful to you in ways that other teams will be more useful to you, if that makes sense. Let's see. I think at the very least, because you're going to have to shard farm towards Gungans for a pretty long time, that CLS team that you've isolated for Proving Grounds is important to do right now. Because it's also going to be a really good conquest team as well. And I want to tell, the tacos were alright. They were Taco Bell tacos. They were cheap. It was like $15 for like 2 tacos. I honestly should have just gotten better tacos. You guys didn't do enough convincing. Taco Bell, not as good as Popeyes. When people give me stipulations, it gets really hard because there's so many. There's so many ways that you can take this. I think that if you're that dead set on Gungans, at the very least, you need to do the CLS team beforehand. As like the bare minimum. You have to do the CLS team beforehand. Like, bar none. That'll at least give you Military Might CT3. That'll at least give you a really solid Conquest team. That'll at least give you... you did. That'll at least give you the Proving Grounds for a pretty decent amount of the Proving Grounds. So it'll at least give you some of the things that I want Jabba to give you. It just won't give you all of the things that I want Jabba to give you. And, yeah, I mean, I think that that's the bare minimum that you have to do right now. Taco Bell's alright, it's fine. For $18 after, it was like $13 for the meal and $18 total. It's like a $5 tip. It's a mile down the road. It wasn't that filling. I remember Taco Bell being super filling. If you're that, here's the thing. Gungans, let me pull it up for you so that you can see. I want him to get Jabba. He wants to get Gungans. This is not a in a vacuum thing. This is a I want Jabba. I love my Jar Jar. I do. But you are looking at so many Chirotech for a team that is not going to do anything more than other teams are already going to do for you. I think that the plan that you've just isolated, CLS, Jedi Knight Luke, Gungans, Jabba, at the very least is a fair compromise between what I want and what you want. And I think that finishing CLS at least won't even delay Gungans. You know, with everything else, you probably really won't delay with getting Jedi Knight Luke either. So I think that that's a fair compromise. If nothing else, we've come to terms, we've treated, we've parlayed, we've done what we need to do. We've compromised. I'm not happy. You're not happy. We both win. Can we like, is that fair? Can we say 8.5? Oh my goodness. All right. Before I continue, my wife just texted me 6 times in a row, which tells me something might be off. Right. Give me 60 seconds. That was a silly message from her. All right. Well, you know what? I thought that maybe she was in trouble. Oh, you know what? Actually, I need 2 minutes because it is 7:30 p.m. and it is my cat's dinner time. So, Larry, we'll continue with yours in just a second, but give me a minute to feed my cats, and then we'll get that one. And that'll break my record. That'll be 11 in a day, and we'll see where we go from there. So just give me a minute. All right, I'm back. Good news, I'm not in trouble. It's just that she's on a business trip and she's a little bit upset because she feels kind of out of place, and she was like, "Oh, I want to get some White Claws," and I was like, "Oh, I'm drunk right now, so go get some White Claws and we can kind of sort of be drunk together maybe." Um, But long story short, I had to feed my cats and I had to watch both of my cats eat, because the problem is that both of my cats, one of them is super fat, and if I left them both to eat, the super fat one would eat all of her food, headbutt the other one out of the way, and then we have a problem. So let's see where we're at. Larry, I think we've done this before. We've treated before. We've talked before. Let's see what we got going on. My galactic power has nearly doubled since the last time we met. 2.1 GP. So about 1 million at the time. Top 6 are Leviathan. The rest of the 20 are a mix of executors and profundities with a couple of oddballs. The only CT1 is Rebel Roundup right now. I recently got Jedi Revan, and I'm close shard-wise to Darth Revan. I only need 7-star C3PO to finish my CLS, and I'm a bit stunted with fleets until I get a 7-star capital ship, Home 1 being the closest. Once I do, I can 7-star Chimera. Yeah, Justin, my cat is she's actually just turned a year old, and she's just like, no, this is mine. I'm eating this right now. It's very funny, and my other cat is on Prozac, and it's a whole thing. Who knew that cats were so complicated? The main thing I need help with is balancing when to stop shard farming and focus on gear so I can make my current teams better. Besides that, I want a little direction on what legendary characters I should aim for next. I haven't done any thinking on what to go after getting the Revans and C3PO done. So, Larry, this is the time where you need to start thinking about some GLs. But we're going to take a look. I don't know. Maybe you have one I haven't seen. But I do really like when people come back and I get to see their accounts again. It's a little intimidating, though, because then I go, I hope that my advice is consistent. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay, yeah. So like I said, at this point, it's time to start thinking about a GL. And because right now your ROI is only on Rebel Roundup, so you're not seeing anything. There's 6 other events that are passing you by every single month, right? And you're not getting Chirotech from them. And that's a little bit of a problem. So before we start talking about Galactic Legends, let's just take a look at a couple of things. So the first thing that we're going to look at right here is just seeing where we are in terms of closeness to anything. Doesn't look like anything major. We're pretty far off from all of the GLs. Okay, so let's take a look at our ships. I know that you're kind of gated right now because of no 7-star capital ships. Razor Crest, 6 stars. Okay. What I want to do is I want to see if I can offer you some quick advice, right? Some easier ways, some quick ways to get some ROI here. Build up some of the CTs just really, really fast. Some just things that you might be really close to, right? Okay. Jedi, Bastilla, Jolie, Grandmaster. I mean, honestly, right here with your Jedi, between Jedi Knight Revan, Bastilla Shan, Grandmaster Yoda, Jolie Bindo, and General Kenobi, you can probably get a CT1 out of Ground War if you bring them all to like G11, G12. And that shouldn't be too hard because it's all core gear, which is all doubled. So that's maybe something to consider as like a smaller short-term thing to do. Same thing here. You have Captain Rex at G12 already, and you have his Zeta, and we've already seen with some other people on here between Kanan, Chopper, Hera, and I'm partial to Sabine. People normally say Ezra because he's more versatile on other teams. Maybe do Ezra actually because if you're having trouble with your Jedi team, he might be able to help you there as well. Again, if you just bring him to G12, you'll probably be able to get CT1 on Secrets and Shadows, and that's relatively easy because, like the other ones, that's also just core gear. CT1, well, we want to get it to 3 stars anyway. But which one? You talking about Ground War or Secrets and Shadows? Because that's important. See, because I'm reading the chat, like, I guess I don't know what the delay is on YouTube chat. No idea. Both. Okay. So you don't, then you're not even going to need to gear them up too much higher, right? You might not even have to bring them to G12, but I would bring the gear up high enough where you can 3-star it so that it's not something that you have to worry about. So a lot less gear than we've thought, right? Because these are things that you want every month to kind of like cycle, and those are the ones that you're close to, so that you don't have to necessarily worry too much. I only need a 7-star to finish my CLS. Let's see what our Ewoks are looking like. All right, so with Nessa, it should be a little bit easier to be able to get your C3PO to 7 stars. Okay, so like a Chief, Chirpa, Wicket, Nessa. Well, with what you have at 7 stars and higher, I'd say Chief, Chirpa, Elder, Nessa, Paplo, and Wicket. Give them a little bit of gear. Look, it's core gear. There's no Chirotech required outside of Nessa, right? So bringing those guys up, if it takes a little bit of time, that's not necessarily a bad one. So Larry, so here's the thing about the Nihilist one. If you can't get it to 3 stars, as long as you're okay with the time commitment each time, and you're doing it fast enough, right? Because you don't want to waste your time. I'm not here to tell you to waste like an hour every day. But if it's taking you 5 minutes each time and you're okay with doing it, then that's fine. But if it's taking you an hour each event to where maybe sometimes you're giving up, then give them a little bit more gear to kind of build that up. But if the Jedi one you think you can get the 3 stars next time, then you don't necessarily have to do that right now. But if it's taking you 5 minutes each time and you're okay with doing it, then that's fine. But if it's taking you an hour each event to where maybe sometimes you're giving up, then give them a little bit more gear to kind of build that up. But if the Jedi one you think you can get the 3 stars next time, then you don't necessarily have to do that right now. What about Chewbacca? We got Baka. We do have Baka. I would say that CLS is a important and core team for you right now, right? And with those Ewoks, with Nessa, that's gonna make it a lot easier than when I had to do the Ewoks, you know, with the 5 that you have at the highest. Between Luke, Chewbacca, 3PO, C3PO, and Chewie and Han Solo, even just bringing them to like G11, G12, you'll be able to do CT2. That's going to give you another one. And it's going to give you a team that you can use in pretty much every game mode. I would say that Commander Luke Skywalker is a core team for you to be focusing towards right now, especially as you're building out all of the things that you need to get your 7-star capital ship. Andrew, to answer your question, that's a matter of preference. You're right. A lot of things that I do are mainly AFK. I try to find ways to AFK as much as I can in this game. I never had to do the SLKR way for Places of Power. I always did it with C. SLKR was actually my last to GL. There was only 6 at the time, right? Jabba and Leia didn't exist. So I never had to do that. And if you're okay doing that and it's mostly AFK and you're fine with it, then that's fine. Then you don't have to worry about it. Plus, he can't do it at 3 stars anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. But in this regard, we're trying to build up that ROI. Let's see a few things. How's Radis doing? I'm unlocked. That's okay. Beskar. Do have Beskar unlocked. I would honestly say that, you know, Darth Revan is not really a priority for you right now. You know, Larry, you've been in this stream for a very long time. We're going on 4 hours now. This is the 11th roster review. I do think that you're in that lower position still where there are some minutia that I don't normally touch base on. Commander Luke Skywalker is a priority. Chewbacca with Nessa should not be that hard. Just add a little bit of gear. Nessa's going to make it a little bit easier for you to build up. But this is the time around in the game where it is time to start thinking about making some bigger moves in terms of your ROI towards bigger things. I could make a case for Razor Crest, and I can make a case for Profundity. You're about equidistant from both of them right now. Radis you have no shards of, but it's not necessarily the biggest deal in the world. It does seem like you've put a little bit more work into Profundity at this point. So you've heard me talk a lot on this stream about making things. It's basically why I don't R9 my Jedi Master Luke, right? I've talked about this a lot. I say this a lot. It'll help that team. It'll make that team better. But because of the way that I play the game, it won't help my account. And sometimes we get stuck in situations where we look at things that we think will help our teams, or we think will help our accounts, but it really just ends up helping the team. And the difference there, it's hard to explain. Any upgrade you make to a team is going to make the team better. And it's going to make it more reliable in something. But is that reliable in something adding any benefit to you? Snorquest, good evening, man. We're 4 hours in. I'm a little tipsy at this point, but that's okay. Is it adding any benefit to you? And Nessa, I mean, listen, you already have her. And it's going to mean spending less core gear on Ewoks, so sure. Darth Revan, 2 years ago, I'd say, yeah, it's a core team to build. Now, it's not really going to give you anything that other things aren't going to give you. So we've isolated some ways to give you a couple more of the CTs. I would say I'm 60-40 Executor versus Profundity right now. Executor, because you're closer to it, you don't need as high of relics, and your fleet shard is not crazy, so you'll probably get more crystals quicker. Profundity, because it's a little bit more future-proofed. It's a little farther away, but it works into the JML and the Java grinds really nicely. But I'm leaning 60-40 Executor Profundity, and unfortunately, that is a question that you're going to have to ask yourself, right? That's not something I can answer for you with where you are in the game. I think that I would go for Executor, but again, 60-40, I wouldn't blame you for going for Profundity. With building out CLS as a core team, you're really in that position right now where you should be thinking about that first GL and that first major farm. And in an early game vacuum, I tell people C is the definitive first GL for people. But based on the way that you have built your account, I think you run into that same Jedi Master Luke, Jabba wavelength that I have been just consistently stressing to everybody else right now. Don't worry about unlocking tens of different journeys. Worry about building out the events for your account so that when you start unlocking those journeys and it takes you 4 months or 5 months or 6 months, every month your account is doing work for you, right? It's kind of like the difference between putting your money in a savings account that is doing 0.5% interest versus a savings account that's doing 5% interest, right? Which one are you going to put your money in? In a vacuum, you're going to put it in that 5% one because every month it's fighting that inflation, right? And it's increasing. I don't want to say increasing in value because of the inflation rates and blah blah blah. You're not here for an economy lesson. UCC, your first Yo's, that's the Joe I went for on my video that I posted to get reviewed. Yeah, C, look, in a vacuum, C is my hands down absolute best first GL for ROI. But that's in a vacuum. And when people come to me, everybody's roster is different. So it's very rare that I do recommend C, but when I have somebody who's brand new and that brand new person is saying, what do I do? That is the first one that I tell people to go for because it builds the ROI out right. And I would tell people Executor, C, JML, Java. Again, Zavor wants you to go Profundity. I lean Executor because of the way that your fleet shard is looking. But between the two, I don't really think that there is a wrong answer. And I do agree that Profundity is a lot more future-proof than Executor is. Yeah, C, well, the thing about C is that he builds from Executor nicely. It gives you 3 CT3s, or close to 3 CT3s. He does a lot of the proving grounds. If you use him correctly in Conquest, he can do Conquest very well. Most people just don't use him correctly. And if you use him correctly in GAC, if you use him correctly in GAC, he does things really well there. Since the last time I looked, when we talk about JML or Java, yeah, you could do either one first. I personally, most of the time I recommend JML first. Most of the time. I have been recommending people Java first a little bit more often. And I think that it makes more sense to people who buy a lot of Lightspeed bundles because they have a much bigger degree of need when it comes to mods. And they're like hurting for mods. People who are not doing that, they still need mods, but they're not spreading their mods as thin. And that JML becomes a lot more useful very often. So you could do either first. I would say do JML first. Right? I would say either Executor or Profundity, then JML, then Java. And then I've been saying this pretty much ad nauseum tonight, but that is when you've closed out a lot of the ROI for your account. And you can kind of pick and choose fun farms if you want to, or play with things if you want to, or take a break to do something else if you want to, if that makes sense. Oh my God. I feel like that World of Warcraft South Park kid. Oh my God. But ma'am. Do you have any other questions? Comments? Concerns? Q&A? A&Q? T&A? Oh, 758. I should probably run my fleet battle like on auto or something. Yes, no, maybe, possibly, sort of. Hey, what about this thing you said? This magic moment. Yeah, I will say you're closer to Executor, but Profundity does build into those other ones a little bit better. And because of the state of your fleet arena, that's probably the only reason that I am leaning Executor a little bit more than Profundity. I could make the case for either. Guys, with that said, I've been doing this for almost 4.5 hours at this point. I know that more reviews have come in. We're going to save them for Sunday morning brunch. I have to pee. I want to watch some Fallout. I want to see if any of my buddies want to play like some Catan Universe tonight and just veg out while we stay drunk or whatever else. Hit us up on Discord. Get on our Discord. Again, I would say this. We are a top 5 resource for this game. And seriously, there are a bunch of you on here right now. I know I've always joked about content creators doing like the like, comment, subscribe thing. My one favor that I would ask you is go on our Discord and tag your Discord to your guild and be like, hey, this is a great resource. There's a lot of great stuff here. Larry, I'm always available. And I'm available on Discord too. You know, I try to answer everybody. If people Discord message me, I try to. It's sometimes hard, and sometimes questions are like, oh, I need to look at their rosters to see. But I'm always available to answer questions as best I can. So I will happily answer more. But again, guys, pop on our Discord and then send a Discord invite to your guild and be like, hey guys, this is a great resource. And that's all I really ask of anybody, right? Is I want to help people, and I do think we are a helpful community. I appreciate you guys. Some of you were here for all fucking 4 hours, and I don't know why the hell you were, but I appreciate you spending your time with me. It's a lot of fun for me, and I do hope you guys enjoy it. And this Sunday, Memorial Day weekend, we will do our brunch because that is what we do. So have a great night, and I'll probably be trolling Discord in the next 10 minutes.